because you're loud. I'm gonna take you down a little bit.
Ooh, we got a foot cramp, Lord.
And we are live. Well,
Jesus say
I'm
work
gonna,
it out.
gonna guess I'm gonna have to
Jesus say
adjust
work
that
it out.
again.
Well, I didn't. That foot locked up on me, man.
Well,
Foot
the mic
locked up. Oh,
when your microphone moves, it changes the sound of the level in which your input into the speakers. But we are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 170 of the Splashcast, the pregame Monday Night Raw. How you feeling, my brother?
I am dog tired. Full weekend. The aunties was in town. Family fellowship. Enjoyed it all. I'm feeling good though. I've been ready to pod. I've been ready to talk some sports. We have quite some serious situations going on across the board, which I find very interesting for the vast majority of our teams. I don't know how we're gonna fix it.
Yeah, I have one team I'm still holding on to. Maybe one and a half. One and a half maybe. So, but y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Raw. We do the pregame, followed by HBCU news around the culture. Then we do football or basketball, whichever one is in season. Make sure y'all come kick it with us. If you see me on my phone, I have my notes here. I have my notes here. Over on the other computer, we have the Instagram going on. We have the Splashcast 36 pack playing sneak preview for you guys to come in with us. Come into the not playing right now. Because
Okay.
it'll
All right.
no, I
Just
play
checking.
it during the interludes. Yeah, that'll
Oh, okay.
we copyright.
You had me scared.
We
I
ain't
was.
cool. We ain't cool with everybody yet. Woo.
I ain't
So
cool
if
with a
y'all
lot of
see me
people.
on my phone, I'm also our chief marketing officer until we get one of those. I'm the producer. I'm the Norwood is the statistician. As you see, he has multiple screens on. We do it all over here, baby. So Georgia running backs coach Josh Crawford recruited Eric. Georgia is trying to raid Georgia Tech's.
I see the whatchamacallit, the receiver already hit the transfer portal.
Oh, for us?
No, for Georgia Tech. He hit
Oh
the
yeah.
portal yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday.
Yesterday's price is not today's price, my brother. So, but yeah, man, we'll talk about it. We got a lot to talk about. As y'all see, I'm taking this picture. I'm trying to get everybody here. Make sure y'all like and subscribe and follow us on all of our social medias. I'm on Threads a lot. Norwood, what's up? What's up? What's up, G Code? Norwood is on
Big
Twitter
Russ.
and Facebook a
True.
lot. So y'all make sure y'all tune in with us. So we trying to have a good time. Let's get started. I'm gonna go ahead and
You
get
said let's
started,
have a
bro.
good time. Let's have a good time.
This is our pre-production. That'll be edited out. Let's get started. Gonna go ahead and get started. Juan Soto has signed the largest contract in history. MLB history, sports history, baseball, football, basketball, whatever. He has signed a 15-year, 100. I'm sorry, that's so disrespectful to everybody involved. $765 million $765 million contract. It is by far the largest contract of all time to go from the New York Yankees to the New York Mets. Just subway ride away. Don't even got to move. Ain't got no expenses, no overhead. Just stay right on there.
Move? For what? Yeah, this is one that kind of caught everybody off guard because it's so many other things going on. It's just, and then just to see the number $765 million over 15 years for Juan Soto to go to the New York Mets. For you people who are not fantastic with math, that is a whopping $51 million every year. Every year. Every year. Now, we've seen these 10-year contracts not work out almost every time. And almost every time. So
You think he defers? That was my first question. Do you think he defers?
Maybe just because that's the thing right now to do, and he already had a pretty decent contract. So if I'm extraordinarily rich right now and I got enough money from my last contract, then I 100% will live off of that for the next, what y'all need, 10 to defer it? Then yeah, I'll do that. Because in 10 years, whoo, that thing gonna be a Billy.
First off, I don't know if I would defer. Here's why. This is strictly political. The way this country's going and the way everything is going in currency and all of that,
Oh boy, he says
cash is king. I don't know if I would be willing to defer millions of dollars without knowing what's about to happen.
I'm dropping 100 mil in Bitcoin off rip.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I would rather get 100 mil. If I'm gonna get 765, that's 51 million a year. I would drop $1 million in Bitcoin or 2 million in Bitcoin every paycheck. Every paycheck, every other paycheck, half will go to Bitcoin for the first 2 years. That's 100 million. I'll give you 100 million.
This is the thing about Juan Soto. He really hasn't made that much money. So I mean, and of course, this is relative. He's been in the league. He signed when he was 16. He's now 25. He's made $82 million.
Well, it was the long-term play though. This was the long-term play. He always knew that he was going to try to get to the 25, 26, 27 age range.
So there are a couple things for me. Number one, I hate these 10-year contracts unless it show high the rest of these. Or, I mean, I don't really consider Mookie that because they already knew what Mookie was before they got him, and they just want to keep him forever. The Aaron Judge thing, I guess you had to pay him, but you're never going to see a World Series. I do think that the Mets doing this is the absolute most Met thing that they could do, and I don't think that it will actually bring them any level of success.
I think it is the most Met thing to do, but I mean, one, I don't think you're now playing for championships, or I'll say this: the Mets and the Yankees are like the Dallas Cowboys now. The Yankees offered him 16 years, 760. The Mets offered him 15 years, 765, which is about $50 million difference. When you take away the year and add in the extra $5 million, it's about $50 million difference.
No, go back to that. Go back to that, please, for 1 second. Let's in through your nose, out through your mouth. Now, if you have small children and you're listening to this podcast, tell them to cover their ears. If you're sensitive, you cover your ears. Fuck the Yankees, my boy. I'm so happy to see that he ain't there. Y'all, I hope nothing but pain and strife every year for the Yankees. Anytime the Yankees lose when the Yankees lose an inning, I'm happy. I'm thrilled. I'm overjoyed. I am filled with joy. So to see them lose Juan Soto, I am immensely happy, and I only wish pain and strife on their life. It's all yours.
What was I saying? So yeah, oh man, did not mean to do that, y'all. We'll go back here while I get everything straight. So with this, the thing is, I forgot what I was saying. You jumped in. The Yankees offered him about $50 million. Let's. Oh. This is a classic Yankees move. This is basically where baseball is going. Yeah, what happened? There you go.
I mean,
this is basically so. This is what I was saying. This is basically where baseball is going. If you remember, the Dodgers, and we'll go back to this graphic. The Dodgers have two of these people on this list. There is also another group of players. Just the Dodgers alone, I think, have $1 billion worth of. With the signing of Shohei, have $1 billion starting lineup. This is what deferred. This is what baseball ended up going to. This is with no salary cap. This was only a matter of time. With the Yankees proved that you could buy baseball in the 90s. In the 90s and 2000s,
Now,
they proved it, and then the Dodgers just literally copied it last year. They literally copied it. So now the Mets just have to figure out how to, if they could do it. Now they can't because Pete Alonso. But this is what they're doing. So of course, fuck the Yankees. But I blame the Dodgers for this.
so my thing is baseball too big to fail. This is another thing that
It's
like
the banks,
hasn't really
FDIC.
been just. Yeah, it's one of those situations where you defer all this money, but what about if you, for some reason, just don't recoup, and then you have this $1 billion that you owe? That is that. This is basically a bunch of loans that you've taken out against players. We also have lived through the housing bubble too, so we know that the loans is cool until you look like a fool. Then it's a problem.
That's what I'm saying. I blame the Dodgers have $1 billion in deferred contracts. I think you just said that earlier when I was trying to get everything straight. $680 million to Shohei, and then Freddie Freeman is on. Boy, Braves, you look stupid cheap. Freddie Freeman is in the middle of the lineup in terms of money deferred and pretty much money paid. And I mean, you're now going to win world unless the Braves are going to pay Ronnie, which I don't know that they're going to do. You have to pay. You're going to have to pay this amount of money. This is it.
Well, this is the thing. Even the Freddie thing isn't the Braves' fault. It's not Freddie's fault. It's technically Freddie's fault because he put that man in charge, and that man didn't reach back out to the Braves and get the deal done. So I'm never going to blame the Braves for that because that was a miscommunication. Through his representation. And if you have the wrong representation, as we know, things don't go your way. Now, the one thing that I did see on the internet, and you kind of alluded to it already, is he's not the best outfielder in his division.
Not fielder.
Juan Soto's not better than Ronald Acuna. Let's just keep it
batting wise. I would think it's close.
Well, okay, batting is close. The fielding is better. The base stealing is better.
They didn't get him for that. They got Francisco Lindor for all of that. They got Juan Soto hit to replace Pete Alonso.
He ain't gonna hit that many home runs. How many more home runs he's not gonna hit that many more home runs than Ronald Acuna. I don't think so.
Than Ronald Acuna. No, depends.
That's what I'm saying.
It depends on the lineup. I don't think they're done. I don't think this is the one move because you got to figure out what you're gonna do with Pete Alonso. You'd have to pay Pete Alonso at least $500 million to keep him, and he's walking.
Do it.
But what they're trying to do is make it to where like the Dodgers.
Right. Let me see you do it.
The Dodgers, you can't pitch around anybody. You can't pitch around anybody on that team. Now, the thing I do disagree. I don't know if I would pay him this is because Shohei can do two things. Juan Soto can do one.
Oh, but now that's the thing. The annual average on Shohei is higher. Remember, he's a 10-year, $700 million. That's $70 million versus $51 million. Now, the thing about this is I think they're both 10-year contracts. And that's where it gets interesting to me. I don't think that Juan Soto plays till he's 40. I think that he plays about 10 more years.
I can't argue with it. I disagree. Here's why. He could be designated hitter. You can be designated hitter till you 40, for sure. And by the time you get to be 36 at 10 years, contract's gonna be $1 billion. Or they're gonna be in Bitcoin. They're gonna be in cryptocurrency, which is gonna be $1 billion paper. So at that point, you may end up being a steal at $50 million.
Just like we're gonna talk about Tank Davis, though. If I'd have made $650 million. Oh, well, we're not. We're not. I left that off. But he's retiring in 2025. I believe that it's tough to go. Yep, that's the reason I didn't put it on there. Thank you for reminding me. But I think once you hit like that mid-30s, do I want to go to 162 baseball games a year? I don't think I want to. I think I want to take my money and spend time with my family now because I'm rich.
35 or 40, if you take care of your body either way and nothing, unforeseen happens, you're going to be rich.
I just don't want to go to work anymore. I might not want to get up every day. Baseball is a lot of games, a ton of games, the most games. I don't want to do that every day. Might not. And especially for this Mets team that, let's be real, it's going to get miserable over there soon. They spent a bunch of money and it was untenable this year. No,
He's making so much money. He's getting more than the Pirates payroll since 2015, not payroll last year. The total payroll over the last decade has been $757 million. He's getting more than that. The average MLS franchise is worth $670 million. Patrick Mahomes, shout out to the Chiefs. They got that deal done with, I think he had 3 years left on his contract, and then they got the re-up, and then they extended the re-up to even more, to basically a $500 million. And he could, but $500 million, they're getting him for till 2031 at $50 million a year. Tom Brady's all-time career earnings.
You will not get him. You will not get Mahomes to 2031 at that. His contract has an opt-out right there at 2028.
Either way,
he will.
Either way, well, they going. Dak is 60, so you get Mahomes for 50, and Dak is 60. Tiger Woods' career PGA earnings, I don't think that's right. Well, yeah. So all of that is 154. So he's making more base than we said. It's the biggest contract in sports history, but I want you guys. We put this up here because we really wanted y'all to understand how much money he's making compared to everything else.
And how stupid the Mets are committing to this, and we're going to watch them not win a championship.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Robert Kraft bought the Patriots for $172 million back in the day. Talk about investment. That might be Bitcoin return worthy for him. You got that, and then you also have. I think the Mets are going to end up. Yeah, that's it. The Mets will be paying till 2035. Bobby Bonilla and Juan Soto. They will be paying them till 2039 for Juan.
You idiots.
Assuming that he doesn't defer.
And this is the thing. We do Bobby Bonilla Day every year. And every year you look stupid. So instead of getting out of there, you doubling down on dumb. Shout out to it. We love when people double down. Hey, you're going to keep us with plenty of pod material.
Plenty of ways to laugh at you, because we definitely going to laugh, Shodan.
Point and laugh. And then, Reggie fixed the mic. Darren,
there we go.
765 million. I should have learned how to hit a ball instead of hit the hole. Pause if applicable, but he is right. You risking your life. You're risking life and limb for not even pennies on the dollar.
I don't even know what percent. I'm about to say that's 100 is 10 times that is 77 million. I know you ain't making 77 million because you were back there playing when there was no money. Like, woo. And
I also don't exactly understand this. I don't think that baseball is a sport that's growing, and you would think that it's growing slower than the rest of them, but they are just shooting out these contracts at an unprecedented rate.
The popularity isn't growing, but the merchandising is.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
I was going to kind of change the subject here and ask, what do you think that we do with Ronnie? Because that is the more overarching question.
Ronnie is dancing.
Those two injuries.
He's still dancing though. Ronnie is $500 million minimum. That's injuries or not. He is $500 million minimum. Here's why. Yes, he's been injured. He also gave y'all a 5-year discount. Remember, he re-upped 4 years ago at $70-80 million instead of 180. Now I'm like, all right, now I didn't risk my body.
Ronnie is the guy who I believe you pay and defer. Braves, don't dabble yourself. Don't be the last person to join the transfer portal. Sometimes you have to understand what this man means to your franchise. what he means to other players wanting to come there. They already talking about they trying to trade for his cousin.
Who plays for the Mets.
Correct. Please pay Ronnie. I asked y'all to pay Ronnie the first time, and y'all said
and Ozzie.
both of y'all can go. Yeah.
So
yeah,
500 million minimum. You got to give him 15 years. You got to give him 15 years because they're looking for long-term stability. All of that migrating to different teams every 2, 3, 4 years. That's, basketball, you may do that. Football, you may do that. Baseball, that's not really what they want to do. They want to log in. They want to lock down one spot. Freddie ain't getting traded no more.
Around like that as a baseball player, and you're not a pitcher, things start looking weird.
Yeah, that's fair. It don't look good, but I mean, we'll see how this works out. This could be a very expensive wild card team. But they're pairing again. The writing is on the wall for Pete Alonso. I would love. They talking about he going to the Red Sox or the Yankees, or he might go out west.
Go ahead and cut all your facial hair off. Waste your time with the Yankees.
Speaking of money, Lindor. Soto was not the only one to get paid, y'all. Coco Gauff is the third woman in sports to earn more than $30 million in a given year. After Naomi Osaka and Serena Williams. Shout out to the Blacks. She earned $30.4 million as the highest paid female athlete. Shout out to Coco. This still works.
$34
million. I think that was just on tour. Ooh, it does work. That is super loud. Sorry, y'all. Shout out to now, what I don't know is if this is on tour or this is include endorsements.
100%. And I'm pretty sure that's an AP on her wrist right there.
Oh, yeah. So it's including endorsements. But she got $30 million. Shout out to our executive producer, if y'all can hear her. Now,
happy birthday.
Yeah, shout out. Made it, too. And they are here, and they are terrible. Let me tell y'all. But so if you have a house full of 2 to 6 year olds, it is y'all. You need liquor and coffee. Speaking of money, so shout out to Coco Gauff. I expect her to take the next step in her career. The next group.
I'm number one. I get paid more than the rest of y'all.
No, not money wise. I just meant she's talented. She's really good.
Yeah.
She's only 20. I think people forget that she's only 20 years old. So
could you imagine $34 million at 20 years old?
I would have 34 children.
Could you imagine $765 million at 26 years old? That's way more problematic.
No.
I'm buying everything I want.
Honestly, because Cribs was out back then. Let's talk about it. We here now. Cribs, we gonna get off on a tangent a little bit. Cribs was out back then when we were 26, 25, 24, 23 years old, 20 to 25. I would do what the Virgin Mobile dude did. I'm just buy an island and say this is me.
For sure.
Can't nobody come here but me. This is my island.
Oh, you see Jay Prince bought him one. I'm buying an island and I'm buying something, and I'm buying so many of them that none of y'all can have any. I want something that I got them all. Every single one of them. You want them all? Yes. What you got?
Oh,
nobody
Bitcoin. Bitcoin. That's all Bitcoin was. Somebody created Bitcoin and he was like, I got it all. I'm gonna sell it to y'all. And once he said, whoever it is, I don't think it's a he, I think it's a group of people, said it was finite, people started buying it. Same thing.
You know who that is? That mystery man, Satoshi.
And everybody claims to have known and talked to him, including Scottie Pippen. Tangent. I met him. Everybody was like, you met Satoshi, huh? All right, Scotty.
That's the first thing that comes up. Scottie Pippen, Satoshi Nakamoto came to me in a dream last night and handed me Santa's list. I saw Bitcoin next to Gates and Bezos. History is being written. Hey, Scott, We
You know,
not
that
gonna
high,
call you Scotty for this.
you get some ayahuasca. What Kendrick say you need?
Ayahuasca.
Yeah, you was out. You
But
need some of that, brother. Cleanse yourself, cause whatever is in you got that Jeffrey Jordan party pack in your system, brother. he said Satoshi came to him in a dream. Mind you, we talking
Scottie
about
Pippen-
digital currency.
Yo,
Yeah, keep talking. I've read the whole
Pippen-
article. Listen, look all his quotes.
Scottie Pippen's Twitter, it's not
Yes.
AB Twitter, but it's a weird place to be. Why do
I
be like
went
in
down the
bullshit?
entire rabbit hole of his Twitter.
What? Y'all check on Scotty. He been through a lot lately. But his son hooping his ass off.
Yeah, got that on you, Mike. Got that on you. My kid's in the NBA. Your
My
kid's
kid
doing
is
drugs.
good.
And she said, Vanessa, he started to see spaceships on Bankhead. You right.
I'm starting to see spaceships on Bankhead.
Oh, man. All right, back to money making. Back to it. Now, I put this on here, or you put this on here, but I wanted to talk about this because, yes, Juan Soto is making $765 million, $51 million per year. Shohei's making 70. But Lewis Hamilton signed his last race with Mercedes ended this past weekend. His last F1 race.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Sir Lewis
Put
Hamilton.
that on there.
Sir Lewis Hamilton. It was a great race. He got a standing ovation. Everybody loved him. Everybody gave him hugs. It was a big thing. He was supposed to be and was the face of Mercedes and F1 racing for the past decade, right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct.
So the thing is, he signed with Ferrari. And his deal with base money, endorsements, and sponsorships, along with the fact that he gets to stay in Enzo Ferrari's house, makes his contract total worth. This is just sponsorships that they're giving him with Ferrari and everything, makes his total contract worth over $100 million a year because he has very little overhead. $100+ million a year to be with Ferrari. So yeah, he's waving and giving you the thumbs up, but yeah, I'm about to go get my $1 billion that's over here.
And this is the same house that Michael Schumacher stayed in, F1 legend. And Schumacher was the last person to have the house. Boy, now shout out to Black Excellence. Let's make sure we cover that first. This is a black man covered in tattoos kicking ass. This is what your parents said would never happen.
Only thing I don't like about him, he said he ain't like gumbo. I'm like, boy, you French. It's all right. Or British. You like beans on toast. We don't listen to you. I said it. You ain't got to. You can turn your camera off. It was me.
First of all, you posted that gumbo on your Instagram, and I was real close to really cussing you out in a way.
Everybody. I thought I lost all my friends over the weekend. Everybody cussed me out. My mama made that
big pot.
16 quarts of gumbo, 13 pounds of crawfish.
I was about to say 16 quarts is 4 quarts in a gallon. Y'all ate 4 gallons of gumbo?
I may have stashed some in the freezer, but yes. I didn't eat it all. Everybody ate it. Everybody. It was my sister's graduation party, so it was a bunch of people there.
Shout out to LO. Yeah, and I will go in the freezer. Yeah, but overall, this is unbelievable. I'm happy for him. And I hope that, Mercedes-Benz great, but Ferrari is the biggest of dogs. I think that he wins
for
a
F1
lot more.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about this, and we're going to report about this every week. So if you don't like it, you're a hater, and we don't care.
Yep. So then you have, let's see, we're getting past Ferrari. Oh, let's go to, hey, man, more applause. Rafael Nadal wraps up his 23-year career. 22 22-time Grand Slam champion. You would probably say he's the number 3 all-time ranked, 2 or 3 all-time ranked tennis player behind Federer and Djokovic. If I believe so, I think he's number 2 right now. I think the Joker is trying to catch him. 22, like I said, 22-time Grand Slam champion, all-time great. He lost his last match of his career, and he was eliminated in the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. Again, greatest tennis rival was Roger Federer. Shout out to you. Okay, going to be the Bulls. Going to be Luke Longley, Judd Bushler.
Elon, that's Elon. Bulls Elon. Scottie Pippen. Hey, somebody check on him, bro. He trapped that.
I don't know what that was. But yeah, shout out to Nadal, man.
Congratulations, fantastic career. We continue to see our tennis legends. This is the changing of the guard. This is the same thing we just saw happen in football, where we lose Tom Brady. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is technically playing football, but not really. We lost Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, etc. This is where tennis is right now. All of our legends are moving on to retirement, creating a new space. And I feel a little bit more confident because I felt like how we're going to replace these quarterbacks, and we've done a fantastic job. If you're a tennis player now, this is your moment. This is your opportunity. And there's a lot of money here available. Coco
Yes.
just made $34 million. Hey, get you a racket. And if your kids are young enough, I'm looking at you, Reggie. Hand them a racket.
Oh, racket, soccer ball, golf ball, one of them 3, golf club. We trying to get to the hundreds of millions. We trying to be international over here. Play basketball if you want to. That's cute. But we try and go over here to the hundreds of millions of dollars. Right now, I will say I do want to talk about or piggyback off what you just said about the money. Tennis has been starved especially American tennis, has been starved for the next great male American tennis player for the last 20 years, 30 years. The last great American male tennis player was Andy Roddick because he hit the ball really, really hard. But outside of that, he was getting cooked by Nadal, by Federer, and then by Djokovic and Andy Murray. So
anytime anybody say that, I immediately go to Broner. I'm getting cooked.
Getting cooked. Should have trademarked that.
Man.
But so yeah, you can. If everybody gonna make fun of me, I'm gonna make money off of it.
Yeah.
But
you
like,
weren't
so
the greatest boxer for the longest period of time either.
So if if you are looking at tennis, there is a lot of money in tennis right now because there's no male American tennis player. There's no male great. Now, blacks, we can get it back in there now. We had 2 of y'all up there. Now, we can flood the market. We can flood the market.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
And the girls are doing it because it's Coco and I can't remember the Sloane Stevenson and there's one more, but the black girls are playing tennis.
Oh, the 17-year-old. She's really good.
Yeah,
she's just young. Yeah, well, they've got a pipeline though, so they've got somebody that showed them. You got Venus and Serena. That's why Daddy Williams, I can't remember his first name. Serena's dad. See?
I can see his face now. Why would you say that? Any other time, Richard King Dove Williams. Dove, like this Dove. He basically set out the path. He created black women's tennis, or at least created I ain't gonna say created it because that'd be a disservice to all of the other black women's. But he created the path and map to get to where you want to go, and they're following it. So thank you, Nessa. So shout out to him, and I think the men just need that one black guy to break through and come back, or 2 or 3 to break through and come back, and all
establish.
of y'all can play in the NBA. I don't know if y'all know that or
because
not.
we're going to get to that in basketball. There's a dude from France over there that is basically eliminating anybody under 6'10" to play basketball in the next 20 years.
I've been telling y'all 6'3"ers.
Quarterback.
Tennis racket. No.
Soccer ball.
Pick up a tennis racket.
Soccer ball. You play soccer.
Yeah.
Pick up something else.
Yeah.
Basically, Aaron Judge did it. Aaron Judge went play.
Hey.
He said, "I'm 6'8", but I'm gonna play baseball." All right. Let's move on. 16-year-old sprinting sensation, South Sudanese 16-year-old Gout ran the fourth fastest under 1,800 meter time in history. He ran a 10:04 100 meters. And when I tell y'all, I watched this video, this between if you look on the screen right now, where it started right here and where it ended up right here was a matter of like 3 strides. He left, for those with the audio experience, he started out bunched up together like the 100 meters. And then within 3 strides, he was like 20 meters ahead of everybody. And he could have ran backwards with his eyes closed and would have beat them. Now, I will say it was wind assisted is what they said. So technically doesn't count, but it is more of an announcement that, hey, what Deion say? He's coming. Pause. He's on the way. So shout out to Gout.
Yeah. Number one, bro, you probably gonna have to make peace with that sooner rather than later. If you don't know, you don't know. With that being said, I'm extremely thrilled because the Usain Bolt is in the process of creating this track league so that they compete much more regularly. So this is the perfect time for you to be the new sprinting sensation. And there's more money to be made. So that's what I'm excited about. The timing is great. You're 16 years old. Continue to work between the Olympics and hopefully this new racing league. You should make a ton of money. And he is fast. And he's 6 feet. Like I just
long strider. He could learn a lot from Bolt. I forgot that we talked about he was creating that league. That is a really, really, really good callback because if you can get those guys to start competing regularly, there's too much money. There's too much money and too much downtime in the spring and summer for us to not have a major sport. And I think soccer is trying to do it, but track and field, plus we got to catch up to Jamaica too. I don't know.
The thing about this is I'll watch it because it's quick. As our attention spans continue to shorten and shorten. Yeah, if you put an hour track on there and I get to see a bunch of good racers real quick, then yeah, I got time for that. I can put that on. And I mean, as much as there's other stuff on, you got to put yourself in a position to be seen. The girls you've seen have done that with that new 3-on-3 league where they're getting paid more than than they are with the WNBA.
Told the WNBA, F y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. So I'm excited that athletes are now taking ownership. And now that, with more information and more opportunity, athletes are pushing themselves to the forefront and find a way to make some money of their own versus just being stuck in a league.
I think that's going to be the legacy of our generation. I think that's going to be one of the legacies of our generation is the growth of personal brand ownership and being able to monetize your name, image, and likeness versus everybody else monetizing off of you.
That we the people is now me the people.
Forever. We're going to end the pregame off with prayers for Woj. I said this and I hope I said I hope he's okay. I remember when he abruptly retired, if y'all remember about a month ago, he abruptly retired and went to St. Bonaventure. And I said, that's interesting. Normally when somebody abruptly leaves or abruptly retires, something is wrong.
It's a factor that pushes them into that.
Yeah. I go say something's wrong. You're right. That's a better way to say it. So there's a factor for somebody to push them to there. And it turns out that he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. I'm not saying that he left because of prostate cancer, but normally when you leave and incite stress, and then something else comes out like this, they normally are tied together. So prayers up for Woj. We hope and pray that you get through this very quickly. Basketball is a afterthought. We just want you to be alive and well to enjoy the fruits of your labor with your family. So prayers up for Woj. T's and P's. We haven't said that in a while.
Absolutely. And I also last week, but Randy Moss also sending prayers to him. But also I like that he has a passion project that he can, even while he's doing this, he can spend a lot of time doing. And I think that will, because the prostate cancer is a thing, and it's a lot of things you have to do to deal with that. And I think that having a project, I mean, we see Dickie V, he want to call every game that he can still dealing with cancer. So,
he beat it though,
this
right?
gives it, yeah.
Maybe I don't 90.
I think that cancer is kind of like addiction. Every day, you're fighting because you just never know when it could show back up.
Like the police.
Yeah, that's the. Oh, they yeah.
Oh, I know they're gonna show up every day.
Yeah.
Oh man, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the pregame. We're going to take a couple minutes. We'll be right back, and we'll get started with episode 170 of the Splashcast. Huh?
Yeah. So, yes, episode 170. This is your chance to chill your drink or chill your glass. Also, remember, like, follow, subscribe. Also, remember, go back and listen to the Splashcast 36-pack last week and the week before. And you go back and like all the clips. We have no problem with that. Love bomb us via Instagram. We'd appreciate it.
Yes, go like. Listen, I know y'all be scrolling and liking 100 stuff at one time. Do it for your boys. Go down, like every post we have. Get us in your algorithm. We have more content coming. Bro, 2025 is on the way. We got you. We appreciate it.
With that said, when you see another Black creator, take a moment and just like 10 or 15 posts. It don't cost you anything to like a post. You were scrolling anyway and you like the content. Just do it. We got to support each other. Like me and Reddy trying to get $765 million too. So,
and we gonna work with the community. That's the thing about Dive Team Media. We know our base. Sure. We know what we gonna do.
This is a show for the people.
Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back. 1717 for the people, by the people. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned.
Yeah, 2 de la mañana en el club, todo el mundo pasándola cabrón. La mujer encima de mí, la juca, la pastilla y un blon. La que yo quiera dice que sí, bien loco cantando la canción. Después de aquí nos vamos pa'. ¿Qué estará haciendo mi ex? Que hace tiempo por ahí no se ve. ¿Será que ya me superó y le va bien? Mientras que yo, borracho, pienso que estará haciendo mi ex, que hace tiempo por ahí no se ve. ¿Será que ya me superó y le va bien? Mientras que yo, borracho, pienso. ¿Qué diablo estará haciendo? ¿Estará jangueando? ¿Estará durmiendo? ¿Estará fumando? ¿Estará bebiendo? ¿Seguirá sola o está saliendo con otro que no soy yo? No soy yo. Mami, ese no soy yo. No soy yo. Aposté que te olvidaba y perdí 500. Otra vez me ganaron los sentimientos. Los muchachos piensan que yo estoy contento, pero no, estoy muerto por dentro. La disco está llena y la es vacía, porque no está la nena mía con la que yo siempre me reía, con la que yo siempre me venía, con la que yo hablaba todos los días, y ahora no sé nada, y ahora no sé nada. Ay, ¿qué estará haciendo mi ex? Que hace tiempo por ahí no se ve. ¿Será que ya me superó mientras que yo borracho pienso.
You ready?
2019, un pestañeo y ahora estamos aquí. 2020 la última vez que yo fui feliz. 2022 la última vez que yo te vi. La vida no me cumplió nada de lo que le pedí. No sé qué pasó, yo le pedí a Dios, pero él también me batió. El futuro me golpeó y en el pasado me dejó. La felicidad se alejó y me pregunto qué estará haciendo. Si en mí estás pensando o si la luna estás viendo con otra persona conectando. Y si de mí le estás hablando.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 170 of the Splash Cast. I am your co-host, Reggie.
And I am your co-host, Norwood. Our powers combined, we are your HBCU homeboys. Welcome to the groove. Have a seat. Have a beverage. We're going to cover some HBCU with my boy, Reg. Let's get to it.
Yeah, man, I had to charge the tablet, so now I got the game on, so I'm good now. Woo! 17-17.
What game?
Cowboys versus Bengals.
Who?
The Cowboys versus the Bengals.
Two teams is not playing for nothing?
Well, no, but I mean, both of them are not too far off from the Falcons, so there's that. But with that being said, welcome, brother.
No, wrong. Hell no. We ain't starting out like that. Reggie tripping, y'all.
What's the Falcons record? What's the Falcons record?
6-7.
The Cowboys are 5-7.
Okay, all right. And they are playing for nothing. They're already eliminated.
Yeah.
Okay, we ain't been eliminated yet. So until eliminated. Until ESPN put that big stupid, and they do that every year, eliminated from playoff contention. I'm so happy to see the Cowboys eliminated from playoff contention. Oh boy. And somehow they still find a way to get talked about every week, even though they're not even playing football that nobody cares about. But we're not going to take away from HBCUs because that's who we love and that's who we're going to discuss.
Y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Football. See what you did? Y'all know what it is when it comes to Monday Night Raw. We do our HBCU news around the culture, followed by our NCAA football, college football, as some of y'all call it. I call it semi-pro. Pro football, and then basketball. Yeah,
it's not even semi-pro no more. It's just less pro.
So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Let's get started with our HBCU news around the culture. Oh man,
start with your boys.
It is bowl season. Starts off this week. The HBCU National Championship is set. You have South Carolina State, led by Chennis Berry. First-year head coach Chennis Berry taking on the Jackson State University Tigers, led by TC. What's TC last name? Carter? Anyway.
I hate when you do that. Every time you do that, I forget. TC Taylor is his name.
TC Taylor.
Every time you ask me that, in my mind just goes, whoop,
deer headlights. Deer headlights. But yeah, so
I ain't that either. We ain't gonna do
that. South Carolina State's undefeated in the MEAC, led by MEAC Player of the Year Eric Phoenix at quarterback, 2,500 yards passing, 20 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. They're averaging 36 points per game. Jackson State just defeated Southern University in the SWAC championship game. After a slow start, they turned up in the third quarter and won 41 to
The
whatever.
13.
13.
41-13. Junior quarterback Zion McDonald stepped up after Jacobian Morgan was injured. He ended up with 95 yards, 8 carries, 75 passing yards, 2 total touchdowns. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that we would have won, but I will say it was 10-3 Southern when the quarterback got hurt in the second quarter, and it was 3rd and 30.
Game around.
3rd and 30. It was 3rd and 30. I'm gonna say it again. 3rd and 30. They ran a quarterback draw, and the O-line pulled the entire defensive line down. The coach was like, threw the play caller thing up in the air and walked back when the flag was thrown. The refs got together and said, face mask on the defense. The announcer said, what face mask? They played the replay 7 times. I have it recorded on my TV. There was no face mask. I said, oh, I know what's about to happen. They went and scored the next play. Then they got the ball at halftime, and they scored 17 straight points. I was like, oh, yeah. It's over with.
Actually, the second half was 31-3.
They scored 17 straight points in the third quarter. I watched it.
That is an old-fashioned butt cutting.
Once they got going.
You're playing at my face, and I'm going to show you my face ain't to be played in.
And the quarterback, he can run. And that was something, again, we'll talk about it with UGA in the SEC championship. When you have to play somebody you ain't prepared for, he was running all over Southern. But anyway, back to it. I don't want to.
That's 3 SWAC championships in 4 years for them?
Yes, because Alabama State won it last year. Yes, because they won 21-22 with Deion. 23 is Alabama State, 24 is them. And it's probably going to be 25. They're led by Irv Mulligan, who rushed for South Carolina State. Leading rusher had 500 yards. Jackson State leading rusher had 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns, 6.5 yards per carry. They averaged 37 points per game. They played 2 different styles. Now, the thing is, on defense, they are the same. They are the exact same. They rush the passer very, very well, and they play sound defense in the secondary. So, I'm leaning towards... I'm not going to tell y'all who I pick because we're going to pick it on Saturday. But... This is going to be a good game. Yes.
It's a battle of players. It's a battle of coaches. This is a battle of blue blood HBCUs. And
real blue blood.
I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Like, if I want to, and I'm going to say this loud because they say that the disrespect and the apology need to be the same tone. I'm doing better this year. I want to apologize for Deion. He had a succession plan in place with TC. He handpicked him as the next coach. TC has done everything that's been asked of him and more. My question is how much longer does TC stay at Jackson State?
First off, I'm glad you are growing, learning and growing as a person. 2,
personal growth.
I don't know if TC's tied to Jackson State. Didn't he go to Jackson State? TC is
but
he's home. Like he grew up in the HBCU culture where coaches stayed for 40 years. He's not used to guys leaving, and we'll get to other coaches leaving after 2, 3, 4, 5 years and going on. That's not what he's used to. Now, the bag always changes everything. But
correct.
And
oh yeah. And to contextualize this, he is from Magnolia, Mississippi.
Yeah.
He played at Jackson State from 98 to 2001. He's been with the program since 2019.
Yeah, he worked his way to this point. This was his goal, to be head coach of Jackson State. So I don't know if he would leave. Honestly, if they get if he can get them now, and I talked with my dad as we was watching Southern get destroyed.
I know Pops Davis ain't like that. Huh?
No, and he had a little bit of that cognac in his system. Celebratory cognac. I talked about this with him, and I'm gonna say it here, the SWAC is gonna have to figure something out because the SWAC championship doesn't allow for any other team to go to the playoff.
Correct.
The MEAC, if North Carolina Central had only lost to South Carolina State, they would be in the playoff right now. They'd be in the FCS playoff. If you remember, it happened a couple years ago with Central and FAMU. Central won. FAMU had one loss before they went to the SWAC. They ended up going to the playoffs instead. The SWAC is going to have, and MEAC really, is going to have to figure out what they're going to do to include the rest of the teams that are good enough. Just so happens this year that there's not a lot of teams that were good enough. But I think Southern is good enough, and I think Howard is good enough for them to play in maybe another bowl, another HBCU bowl to play it. Or, I'm sorry, Central. I said Howard. Central. Southern, I think the runner-up should play each other, right? I think that should happen, and that should be the first place, second place, and third place game. Well, first place, second place, third place. I think that should happen because there's too much money out there. There's a lot of money that's being dedicated.
And it's opportunity. Virginia Union just played in the playoffs. They won the first two playoff games, ended up losing, I think like 49-14 to Valdosta State. But, I mean, you won two playoff games. That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm. So you have that there, and I think that would also incentivize people to stay. Yeah, I don't think TC Taylor's gonna leave, but I know if I were Chennis Berry, if you know he was an offensive line coach. He was down in Savannah before he went to Southern.
Correct.
If somebody starts he in South Carolina, if somebody comes calling one of them teams with their NIL budget is up there, UNC looking for a coach. And now that Willie Simmons, and I guess we could talk about Willie Simmons too. Now that Willie Simmons, the pipeline for Willie Simmons has been proven to work, as he has been signed as the new head coach for Florida International University after he was the running backs coach at Duke. Now that has happened, and for my corporate folks that are watching, he's got that experience that he needed to get the job. Now that he went and got that experience, the plan is there. TC can follow this plan to a T.
If he can win at FIU, then I don't want to say it this way, but all the Fs are going to be Florida Atlantic, Florida Internet, like all of those schools. If you could win some games there, then that puts you in the place to kind of get that next step of job, which is
Florida State.
Not Power 5. Yeah, not Power 5, but outside, not straight to Florida State. He's not. I mean, let's be real. He's not white. If he was white, then yes. And he made Florida International have one of those type of seasons, then yes. You're Scott Frost of the world.
Florida State would be stupid if he wins there. Well, I'll let you. I want to get that off because that's a point you just made. I don't want to forget, but I don't want to cut you off.
Go for it.
He's at Florida. If Florida State, if he's successful at Florida International, after being successful at FAMU, and Florida State doesn't get him, they are stupid. He's at FAMU in Tallahassee. He has all the recruiting pipeline at North Florida. He is now going to Florida International, who's in Miami. So then he will have recruiting in South Florida. He will literally have recruiting into both North and South Florida. If Florida State, and he becomes good, we'll get to the other schools in Florida that suck. But if he becomes good, y'all be dumb. You be dumb not to.
Florida State. I mean,
but don't tag it
Florida
yourself.
State
though.
Is in a.
Mm-hmm.
Florida State is a trick bag right now, and I would probably stay away from Florida State. Let Mike Norvell until this Mike Norvell situation kind of unfolds. It's weird because Florida State was a really good football team. Then they had a really bad situation happen. I think that derailed their season this year. I just think that you just don't have it. And I
got one more year, bro. You got one more year not to make the ACC championship and let SMU get there. You will be a fired ass. Color don't matter there.
I think that. I mean, color always matters. Absolutely. But I think that I just think that the ACC is so wide open that they could be right back in the ACC championship next year. And let's be real, I believe everybody's good that first year. But what do I always say? We gotta get some tape. Once you have some tape, things look different.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if SMU is going to have the same type of run next year. I think that we're going to talk about CJ Stroud, but once people got tape on you, that's when we really figure out how good of a team and a player you are. How do you, because you're going to put a target on your back, and then how you come out of that really, to me, defines how good you are. One good year don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah.
That's like when teams run the Wildcat. You can't do that every game no more.
But like with FAMU, he's had more than one good year. He led the Rattlers to a 45-13 record. He was there for 5 years, averaging 9 wins a year. In his final year, he was able to go to the Celebration Bowl and win the championship and go undefeated first year in the SWAC, which is a big deal. So he has all of the pomp and circumstance behind him and all of the accomplishments to back up his resume. I would love for him to look at, what's the quarterback's name, Malik Murphy? Why not? Hey, come on down. Florida International. You don't like it up here in Duke? Ooh. Now, Duke may pay him some more money. They might pay him some more money.
Duke has more resources than Florida International, unfortunately. Now, I will say that I think the UNC should probably be looking at him instead of Belichick. I just think that what you're looking at right now, I don't understand how you can justify Belichick. We will have that conversation, but I think that Willie Simmons is a guy who has been great at the HBCU level, went right over to Duke. They did miss a beat, and you're looking for a guy who's more of today's type of coach versus decade. Not even yesteryear, decade.
I agree. But to me, this wasn't even I'm happy for this applause. I'm happy for this, but I don't think this was the best coaching hire inside or outside of HBCU news, HBCU news. I think North Carolina A&T hiring Sean Gibbs, Yeah.
That's Cohen.
Yeah. Tyreek Cohen. I think North Carolina A&T bringing back running backs coach Sean Gibbs, who was responsible for Cohen. He was responsible because there's a guy after Cohen that made it too. He was responsible for them. He ended up leaving North Carolina A&T and he went down to Fort Valley. You know what he did down there at Fort Valley, going 22-9 over 4 years, I believe, to come back to A&T. A&T has been rebuilding because they had to figure out a way that they were going to go. This, to me, reminds me of when Georgia waited on Kirby Smart for Mark Richt. This is the same thing. He is the coach to hire here. Sean Gibbs is ingrained in the culture. He's probably not going to leave unless he's Willie Simmons, T.C. Taylor type of success. Anybody that goes worst to first in anywhere is going to get hired away. But this is a hell of a hire. Sean Gibbs is going to turn A&T around, and they are so excited in Greensboro. Oh my God, my godmother went to A&T, her son went to A&T. Everybody I know in Durham be going to A&T. We all got family and friends that went to A&T. They are so excited about this hire. They are throwing parties out there.
I'm excited for the hire. I think he's the right guy, but that's a job. It's a It's a job.
100%.
You have to work that job. Don't let that job work you. You got a long way to go in a tough conference, as we all know.
You got to have a plan. And athletic department, you got to give them a chance.
Yeah, spend that money.
We keep having athletic departments that are going for shock and awe. They're trying to get somebody that could go there and win in the first year or two and control the portal like Jackson State and Deion Sanders. But if you look at everything else that has happened before, during, and after Deion, it isn't shock and awe. It's T.C. Taylor keep continuing to build. It's Buddy Pugh at South Carolina State. It's Chennis Berry bringing in a philosophy. It's Eddie George who was given the keys and was allowed to build for 3 to 4 years, and now he's a conference champion and coach of the year who went to the playoffs. Athletic directors, let these guys cook. You have to establish relationships, especially at the FCS level, because the lack of resources.
And once again, this is the new thing, and it's not just for the PWIs or the Power 5. Y'all have a bunch of famous alumni. Just like Portnoy and that dude Ellison just bought their quarterback Bryce Underwood. HBCUs, y'all need to find these rich people, because we got them too, and buy us some players. We got to play the same game that everybody else is playing, or we will not compete.
And use the race card. If it's the same, if the NIL money is similar for a player, hey, use the race card. I'm all for it. Use it. But yeah, shout out to A&T, man. That is one of the best hirings I've seen. Now, there's something that we call 180 degrees away from away from a point. It's called the opposite end.
Hire and fire, son. Why you say I'm tired? You're fired, son. Fired.
Norfolk State parts ways with Dawson Odoms, former Southern University coach. Went 4-8 this year. Norfolk State 2-3 in the conference. I think they got rid of him because of the underachievement, or the perceived underachievement. They started off strong with a strong showing against Alcorn State. They got cheated against FAMU. We watched it. We talked about it. They did get cheated. Arcos.
Now, the thing for me with this situation is they had some quarterback injuries. I think they played three quarterbacks this season. Remember, we started out the season, their quarterback was suspended. I mean, I don't think they had a great season. I know they lost to Hampton. I don't know who else they lost to, but I don't know if I think that, because you keep moving coaches, that's not a thing. That's not a good thing anyway. But for me, you better have another one. You better go make a good hire like A&T, or you're going to look crazy. And you can't keep losing, because they lost. Now that I know, I remember they lost to Howard and they lost to Hampton. Can't get that. Ain't gonna get it done. For sure, not gonna get it done.
Yep. Hey, give me 20 seconds. We'll be right back. I got a call from work. We'll be right back. I promise. We'll be right back.
Tell me what you need. Yeah, bitch, this a McLaren, I can't do nothing but speed. Left club 24 and blew it down 30. Hey, pull up, hop out cleaner than some damn detergent. Yeah, that's my little shit, she misses perfect. Yeah, and my pocket stuffed like a turkey. I'm the motherfucking biggest, but let's make a bet. I'll pull up in some shit, make bitches break their neck. I'll pull up in some shit, I'll make your jaw drop. Lemon yellow vet, come through looking like a cold drop. You can't sit on my lap, baby. I paid too much for these jeans. Might go Rolls Royce, Kelly, blue inside like Listerine. She say, Daddy, when I'ma see you? I say, let me check my schedule. I got 250K and 20s, cause it look better. Broke bum ass bitch, tell me where you live at. Who me? I'ma get a sack like Khalil Mack. Thinking about it now, I probably spend $500,000 on clothes. I just went on tour, I gave away money at all my shows. Oh, that's D-Lo bit in the block. Get your kids out the road. I got a lot of dog shit on me. You better cover up your nose. I'm a real trapper, tell me what you need. Yeah, bitch, this a McLaren, I can't do nothing but speed. Left club 24 and blew it down 30. Hey, pull up, hop out cleaner than some damn detergent. Yeah, that's my little shit, she misses perfect. Yeah, and my pocket stuffed like a turkey. I'm the motherfucking biggest, but let's make a bet. I'll pull up in some shit, make bitches break their neck.
I got tired of foreign cars. 4 round got a Chevy mounted. Christmas I told Santa Claus, just bring me a money counter.
Bro, see too many his niggas, he put in the suit. That's why they blick out a butt. I know I shouldn't be missing the family with business. I still get a job to my cousin. I'm out in London with a bad bitch, look like Tommy. I pay to remove her gut. Ask her, can she make it clap? She can make it talk instead. Do CPR on the bando. Who the fuck said trapping dead? Send a nigga straight to heaven. Roll him up, then we in hell. She bad as she don't hurt for none. Shawty got her shit together. My jeweler, he on speed dial. I should slow down on his glitter. Nightmares on that Maybach pillar. Guess this shit ain't what it seemed. No count Michael Jackson Thriller. Stuff for Billy in my jeans.
I'm a real trapper, tell me what you need. Yeah, bitch, this a McLaren, I can't do nothing but speed. Left club 24 and blew it down 30. Hey, pull up, hop out, cleaner than some damn detergent. Yeah, that's my little shit, she misses perfect. Yeah, and my pocket stuffed like a turkey. I'm the motherfucking biggest, but let's make a bet. I'll pull up in some shit, make bitches break their neck.
I'm cleaning everything.
All right, and we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. And I forgot that I was on call. I am on
And
call.
they called.
Yeah, and they called immediate. I mean, right on time. But we got it all taken care of. We were talking about Dawson Odoms. He was let go at Norfolk State after a disappointing year. It was unfortunate, but he's a really good coach. I would expect him to land on his feet somewhere as a defensive coordinator, defensive line coach. Somewhere. Hey, they got to put a roster together at A&T. He's right up the road. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up there because Norfolk State, and one thing his teams do really, really well is in the trenches. They run the ball well, and they play in the trenches well. They're tough. So everybody needs a coach like him.
Yeah, I mean, he went 6-5, 2-9, 3-8, 4-8. I'll get you fired. I mean, 79-72 is just not good enough.
Nope. Not at Norfolk.
15. No, excuse me, 15-31.
Yeah.
At Norfolk State. That'll get you fired. 63-32 at Southern.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, he's good at Southern. It's just unfortunate they didn't want to pay him. But it's just unfortunate because it's kind of like being in the SEC. You have to play against South Carolina State. You got to play against Howard. You got to play against North Carolina Central. You have those three teams that are basically running it, and then you are the top of the bottom tier. You're Norfolk State, Morgan State, Coppin. Well, Coppin ain't even there no more. Norfolk State, Morgan State. So, you know, he's going to end up somewhere. He might end up at Fort Valley. Isn't Fort Valley looking for a coach now? So you never know.
It's that time of year for that.
Yep. Now this was.
Speaking of it,
this was surprising, but it wasn't. I understand. So Alabama, for on the audio experience, Alabama A&M parts ways with Coach Connell Maynor, effective immediately. The athletic director Paul A. Bryant expresses gratitude over Maynor's contributions, but said it's time to move in a different direction. This news actually came out. It started coming out. This came out 6 days ago, right after we finished our pod. But the news that they were in negotiations and were kind of disgruntled came out probably about 8 days ago. But we didn't report on it because we didn't know what was going to happen. But they couldn't come to a crossroads, and they ended up parting ways. So that's another job that's open.
And 21, 7-3, 22, 4-7. Alabama. 23. They went 5-6. 24, 6-6. His time at Alabama A&M. 40-32, middle of the road.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like, I don't even think it's about being middle of the road. It's you're getting left. It's Southern, it's Jackson State, and the fact that Alabama State was pretty good with no quarterback, you can't get left by them and FAMU. Like they don't want to become no shade, but they don't want to become Bethune-Cookman, and I think that's where they're trying to avoid. So we'll see, man. But some of these coaching staffs are gonna get picked up too.
Man. He had 3 good years in first 3 years, 18, 19, 20. And then that COVID year they was undefeated. Then after that, he just been kind of Yeah,
Deion wrecked shop over there.
Yeah.
So you had that, and then of course finally the MEAC Hall of Fame class of 2025 has been announced. You have congratulations to all 5 of the members. You have Patricia Cage Bibbs, women's basketball coach at Grambling, Hampton State, and North Carolina A&T. Tariq Cohen, we just talked about his running backs coach, just got a job. Wouldn't be surprised. He just retired too. He'd be a great running backs coach at North Carolina A&T. He has been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Coach Buddy Pugh, we knew he was going to be inducted. He just had to retire. He ain't never want to retire, so they ain't never induct him. And then I think he might be the reason that they changed some of these rules because he took so long to retire. So, and then, of course, Harvey Reid from Howard University, as well as Rashida Suber, who is Coppin State University, former Coppin State University player, 3-time MEAC Player of the Year, all-time leading scorer at Coppin State. The ceremony is March 13, 2025 in Norfolk, Virginia. Congratulations. Round of applause to all 5 of these members.
Great legacies for all 5 of these people. Congratulations again. And it is truly an honor to be inducted into the MEAC Hall of Fame.
Man, South Carolina State is on a Pittsburgh Steelers type run. They get one coach every 30 years, and they be going
that horse.
And he go right on to the Hall of Fame when he finished. Like, because Chennis Berry on his way. On his way. On the way. But with that being said, we have come to the end of end of the HBCU segment of episode 170 of the Splashcast. We're going to take a second. I'm going to get me a beverage now, a little bit. And I'm going to come back. Yeah, you should. I'm going to come back and I'm going to bask in glory. I'm going to bask in glory.
It's going to be short-lived. And you know that. That's the reason. Enjoy yourself.
It will be. All right. See? Hubers. We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned. College football on the way. We'll be right back.
Everybody's watching, adrenaline is pumping. These pills just hit my stomach. I'm this close to not coming home. In your eyes, all I see is demons tempting me. When reason should I go? 'Cause at this point I'm all in. Problem is I don't know when to stop. 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 I will risk it all for you. Baby, take it all if you have to. Yeah.
this shit for life.
We got Damien in
Past life. Whole lot of everything. Pay rap business. Long live flip. Yeah. Let's down that eight. Yeah. All these fuck niggas know not to play. But nah, come try your look. Ready to put a little boy in they place. Put her up down and get back to the money. Back to the table, I'm saying my grace. Oh, that money, this shit turning gray. Thick ass bitch, she always on my way. Buy your nigga, she bought me a Drake. Yeah, spoil my little bitch in my bay. Spoil all my brothers, I cut up the K. Young nigga jump, I cut up with that K. Pockets unfed, I ain't losing no weight. Nigga, my money gigantic like. Ain't crazy.
Yo, go get the money, do whatever it takes. Get shot in your face, we ain't catching no fade. These niggas, they bet all playing with A. And the number not a gang, and I bet I won't trade. Been trapping that pencil like back in the day. I gave her the dick and she bought me a case. They go get the bodies, I supply the raise. Water on me, got your main bitch a maid. Put fire on the nigga if he get in my way. Big Moochie be working too hard like a slave. You fucking with Kenny on catching a case. I come up from shit, now it's Rex in the safe. Look, see how young nigga be shining. Just trying to see how much money I make. Big bag get rolled, got front the plate.
Cold day young niggas, we frosted. Home full of broke bitches and my partners rich. Everybody around me, boss. I been chasing money so damn long and I still ain't exhausted. Niggas can't catch up, can't hold me. Heavy rap beating $1 billion office. Hey, I been eating and I been counting at the same time. I'm starting to get nauseous. Better take a break and bend this bitch over. She ain't gotta say nothing, pussy talking. Talking to that nigga, stop.
Uh-oh. Well, Norwood left? I guess he did leave. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we'll take another 30 seconds as Norwood has logged off. I think his computer froze. While y'all take a second, make sure y'all remember, like, follow, and subscribe. We will be right back after Norwood logs in, and y'all stay tuned. Football on the way.
All that hating cause your bitch a fan of money.
We got Damien in
Past life. Whole lot of everything. Pay rap business. Long live flip. Yeah. Let's down that eight. Yeah. All these fuck niggas know not to play. But nah, come try your look. Ready to put a little boy in they place. Put her up down and get back to the money. Back to the table, I'm saying my grace. Oh, that money, this shit turning gray. Thick ass bitch, she always on my way. Buy your nigga, she bought me a Drake. Yeah, spoil my little bitch in my bay. Spoil all my brothers, I cook.
Well, while we wait on Norwood, I'll keep us entertained. How y'all feeling, man? Y'all in the chat, make sure y'all like, follow, subscribe. Let's talk about it, man. Georgia SEC champions. Told y'all it was gonna happen. Told y'all it was gonna happen. They in fact did beat Texas for a second time this year. Hopefully we don't have to see them again. It was a sloppy game. I didn't really give my 2 cents on, how we felt about it. I will say that this defense is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Norwood is back, y'all. I don't know what happened, but we gonna figure it out. Hold on 1 second. I gotta add him back to the screen. Appreciate y'all. Remember, like, follow, subscribe. I was talking about UGA. filling in the gap while Norwood finishes. UGA SC champs. And I told y'all it was going to happen. Now we get to see what all this recruiting is made of. Carson Beck hurt. Everybody hurt, shut up. Everybody is hurt. There he goes.
Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom.
What happened?
Doom, doom, doom. I have not the slightest clue. I'm literally trying to come back, and then it just said, nah, bro. Restart. So I restarted everything and force quit everything. But we here. We back, blessed and highly favored. And I'm here ready to see where this thing is gonna go for you. I see a train wreck on the horizon.
For me? I don't.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it is what it is. Whatever happens.
For sure.
We're gonna start off with. Let's start off with other news before we get to the college football playoff and all of those things. We're gonna start off with the Heisman Trophy finalists and Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater has been a callback for us. We have kept tabs on him ever since he retired. Teddy has he decided after having so many concussions, having so many injuries, that it was time for him to hang it up and move on. So as he does, he has now become the head coach at his alma mater, which is Miami Northwestern, Miami Northwestern High School in Florida. He has led them to the state championship in the first year as a head coach.
Yes, this is after they had the first losing season they've had in a decade. They only lost 2 games. They lost 1 game to number 4 Venice in August. Then they also lost to Miami Norland in September. They are on a 9-game winning streak right now with margins of 69, 52, 48, and 40. They're destroying people. And the championship is against Jacksonville Reigns, who's also 15-0. And they have, this is a name that many of you are familiar with, LSU signee Solomon Thomas. And this should be surely a good game. Now, they say that Northwestern is favored by 18 points.
Solomon Thomas.
You got to do it.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we're big Teddy fans. I would love to see them win a national championship. And just, he's fought against so much adversity during his time playing playing pro football that I would love to see him come get a championship and just be a legendary coach. And I was going to say, like, if he coaches as well, for 4 or 5 years, just he stay there. But I forgot. He's already infinitely rich at this point. So for him, this is more of a passion project. But, Teddy could also be a good coach. He could just be a good coach.
Bethune-Cookman. Y'all schools down there, keep your eye. HBCUs. First off, shout out to Teddy. Because I don't want to bury the lead. I have a tendency to bury the lead with my own thoughts. Teddy is a young coach who is passionate about the game, passionate about his community, and has the pipeline there. He's going to get everybody from Miami Northwestern. And one thing you're starting to see about this generation of players is with the NIL, with the transfer portal and everything, they follow the coach. They don't follow the school anymore. So if he can get that going, especially Florida International, if Willie Simmons ends up being as good as we think he is and he goes somewhere, Miami Northwestern ain't far from Florida International. Miami ain't but so big now. So
Florida International, Florida Atlantic, UCF, USF, hell, FSU, UF. Y'all all need coaches. I don't think at this point y'all can look any gift horse in the mouth. So I'm just happy for this guy, man. He's just a guy that you can't help but like. And liking him is the easy part. To see him be successful is really, for me, gratifying.
It is 100%. 100%. So shout out to
and
Teddy.
Especially bringing them back from a losing season after they hadn't had a losing season in a decade.
Yeah, they were good.
Alma mater. That's one of those things that means just the world to a person.
Yep. With that being said, we're gonna move on. Heisman Trophy finalists have been named: Dylan Gabriel from Oregon, Travis Hunter from Colorado, Ashton Genty from Boise State, and Cam Ward from Miami were named finalists. What's the dude's name for Arizona State? Scooter Kobe.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
He's not a finalist, even though he says he's the best back in the league.
He's wrong. And I don't have any issues with the infinite confidence.
Cam Scatterboo.
Scatterboo, skedaddle, whatever you want to call yourself, my boy. You're not better than Ashton Genty. And not only do none of us believe you, but there will be a draft. And teams will quantify
and none of
your
them
value.
will believe you.
Yes, and those guys are not going to draft you before they draft Ashton Genty. Now, you did have a good season, and I appreciate the confidence, but you need to be realistic with your station in life.
Not your station. That's such a disrespectful talk. But you're right.
If the truth is disrespectful, then that's a personal problem.
Dylan Gabriel, I think he's there. First off, I think the winner is Cam Ward and Dylan Gabriel faded, which is wild crazy to me because this has always been, for the majority of it, a quarterback trophy, especially with the way the rules are now where you can't really hit nobody. Quarterbacks flourish. It just goes to show what Ashton Genty and Travis Hunter have done. I probably am going
Gabriel's undefeated.
Yeah, but he's also, you don't see too many 24, 25-year-old guys winning Heisman. There's only Chris Winkie? Chris Winkie was the only one. He was 30. So outside of that, you're not going to see many guys stay and play. Like Cam Rising could have a crazy year next year if he decides to come back and he won't make the Heisman. Even if he's undefeated, he goes to Oregon and becomes the quarterback and is undefeated and has all and whatever, he's not going to win it.
I mean, he'd have been in there 100 years and he get hurt every year. As much as I want to support him and I like Cam Rising, bro, you got soft bones.
Dylan Gabriel's already 24. So, I mean, that's 6 years. Cam's going to be 25, 26. So that's 8 years. I mean, I don't think Dylan Gabriel's going to win. Cam Ward, you finished bad. You had a chance. You are not going to win because you are representative of Miami, and Miami did exactly what folks thought they were going to do. They faded away.
Did Miami do it, or did Miami's defense just never do it? I hate to say it. I think he's just a victim of a terrible defense.
Yes, but you can't be up 30 points and lose. Not as the offense. Even if the defense gives up 30, if you up 30, you should win. You should do something. It's on you.
You know how I feel about stuff like that. That takes me back. That just triggers me to 28-3. I'm a person who played offense. I didn't ever really like defense. If we get up by 30, you got to handle them people to the end of the game, bro. You got to do that. And I mean, I know it doesn't work that way, but I will always just forever feel like, bro, if the offense got up by 30, all you got to do is maintain this thing on the way out. And if you can't do that, don't look at me. Because I've been doing this every week. I go put up 40 points, and y'all give up 39. Am I wrong?
Nah. Who you taking? Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, Dylan Gabriel, Cam Ward.
I don't have a really good answer. Guys on the end, they could have just cut this graphic down. Dylan Gabriel and Cam Ward, y'all are only going for the trip and all the other stuff. Now,
y'all about to go have an expensive expensive photo shoot.
Well, the other part that I like about this is, well, Cam, this is not as much for you. You're going to be drafted pretty high. But quietly, Dylan Gabriel, he's a guy
who
could
make a lot of money.
you could make some money, and I think that there's also value in slipping to a team that's good. You might get a chance to actually develop. That quarterback development is infinitely, more valuable than I think ever before because of the way that they're coached now. It's everything programmed, not truly like player development. So I think that, there got to be some teams that have quarterbacks that are getting a little long in the tooth. I think that the Rams, that might be another. I mean, I don't think that your boy is going to make it rock steady. I don't think that he's their future solution. Who else is an old quarterback? That's probably about to get out of there in the next few years. But yeah, there are some. Oh, the Saints. I know they got Spencer Rattler, but I mean, I don't think you can have too many backs.
Dylan Gabriel is he's a stopback quarterback to me. Like I don't know if he's gonna be good in the pros because he's Tua light. Like he's Tua. He's small. Dylan,
but have you seen what Tua has done for the last 11 games? Like 13.
But he's not as good as Tua. He's not as good as Tua. So you have the Tua archetype when it comes to the quarterback that he resembles in terms of build, but he doesn't have the frame. He doesn't have the accuracy or the anticipation. Now, I say that, but he also broke the record for like all-time passing yards. So in the NCAA.
Correct.
Because he started out at Hawaii, and then he went to other places, Oklahoma, Central Florida, and he's at Oregon. So I mean,
he's definitely a college football journeyman, which is crazy, but it's life now.
Yeah. So I mean,
life now.
So I mean, it's cool.
It's Travis or Ashton. It really just which one tickles your fancy more. Do you like Travis Hunter and the ability to be an elite wide receiver and an elite defensive back, or do you want to take Ashton Jeanty, who is just putting up video game numbers consistently? Now, I don't think you could. I'm happy that no quarterback's winning this year because you got to make it relevant to more than just because there's also a quarterback award. So don't make all of these awards just for the quarterback. I hate that the year that it's not a quarterback, it's somebody's going to just be shafted. Terrible.
Yeah, it's two people.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know who. If Ashton Jeanty doesn't win a Heisman Trophy, that's a travesty. If Travis Hunter doesn't win a Heisman, also a travesty. But I don't think that those two players should share it because the quarterbacks always win outright.
And to that point, when it comes to since quarterbacks have always won, the next type of player that normally wins is the running back. The running back is super devalued. So if the running back is super devalued, this is a way for them to get put back on. But now DB two-way players don't exist anymore. Players are now taught from birth. You're either a receiver or cornerback or tackle. Specialization training. So when you have all of those things, it's really, really difficult to then go and say, okay, this two-way player that is doing things that we've never seen, including with Charles Woodson and all of those back in the day, playing 200 plus, top player, one of the top DBs in the nation, even though y'all said he's not. I think he definitely has more interceptions than the finalists for the Thorpe Award. So when you have all these things, and he's a top receiver, like it's kind of hard to keep him away.
You sold me, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because we've seen a lot of great running backs. Mm-hmm. This is the single greatest two-way player to ever play college football. That's the answer.
But they don't like him.
He is the single greatest two-way player to ever play football.
Mm-hmm. I heard you first time.
I mean, as good as Charles Woodson was, he wasn't this. He wasn't Michigan's number one wide receiver.
Nope. He wasn't. But again,
give it to him, man. Give it to him.
Give it to Travis. I'm picking Travis.
Give it to him.
I'm picking Travis for sure. Man, my headphones about
And
to die.
the other part about it is that's good for Dion, and Dion is better for college football than whoever is coaching Boise State. I hate to sometimes have to put it to, because they were talking about meritocracy versus brandocracy. That's what this is. This is just better branding. You want to see Dion at the Heisman Trophy. You everything about that. You get more views with Dion than without. So yeah, Travis is the answer. If you don't like it, I'm sure you know where you can get a fresh Spirit flight.
Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to plug in my other headphones, because these ones about to die. But yeah, so I'm taking Travis Hunter here. The next answer is, I do want to say Travis Hunter also I think he won the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, which is kind of crazy. Because the only reason that he won't win Offensive Player of the Year is because of Shedeur, I believe. So
that's fine. But I like we talked about last week, is he Big 12 Player of the Year? He's probably gonna win the Heisman, and y'all leaving him out of the Thorpe is egregious.
Insane. I still don't get it.
And on top of that, he did that and then was their offensive. He's their best wide receiver. All the rest of the defensive backs was taking a breather. That to me, just everything says pick this guy. Travis it is.
Travis Hunter?
Which means they're going to pick Ashton Genty, yeah.
I was about to say that. Did you want to wager that, or are you good?
I mean, what you want to bet?
I don't know. You'll take Travis?
Yep.
I mean, I was going to take Travis too, so it's kind of hard to not.
It just makes the most sense to me. I think that's the right answer. And just as good as Genty is, we've seen something like that or something similar before. We've never seen Travis before, and don't know that we will ever see another one. But yeah, that is what gives me my. You got to think these things out, which clearly these committees don't do in the first place, because we're gonna talk about this and how the seating went. But
shout out to Shedeur. He got the Johnny Unitas Award, Golden Arm Award as the nation's top upperclassman quarterback. He deserves it. They showed his stats compared to everybody else. His efficiency is his greatest attribute. He is super efficient with the ball. Now, he does have some things to clean up, but we'll see what it is. But the way that he is efficient and he is accurate.
Yeah, as long as he can get to the pros. And now this is the thing. He does have like the personal relationship with Tom Brady. They have exchanged numbers and all of that. The one thing that Tom Brady did that really separated him from everybody was get the ball out fast. That is Shedeur, to me, greatest weakness. If you can figure that out, then you are in an upper echelon of elite football player. Like that can turn the corner from you being okay in the pros, because you can't take them sacks in the NFL.
And survive. You'll turn into Derek Carr real quick.
Or turn into Tua. Like, that's the other part. Shedeur, you're not.
That's not funny.
What you mean? It's factual. But yeah, he's not the biggest or strongest. So getting the ball out, number one, preserves possessions. I know you want to preserve percentages, but possessions matter more, and taking care of your body. Them dudes going to be trying to end you. You see what happened to Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah. And his father has helped make him that, and that has been their recruiting pitch. So now, when you say they're going to be trying to end you, they sure enough going to be trying to end you. Because they're going to be jealous.
They're going to be, I took out Deion's kid. But outside of that, it's also just, I mean, the whole Nike deal, of course. My dad's sponsored by Nike. Like you said, they re-released my dad's shoe. It's a very popular shoe. Yeah, that's what it is. We're going to do that. And we're going to do that a lot. So that part, it kind of is what it is as far as that considered. Did you think that anybody other than maybe Jordan Brand had a shot? You thought he was going to sign with Reebok or Adidas? You didn't even need to send over an offer.
No. No. This is as close to sponsoring somebody in college without sponsoring somebody in college as you could do. I'm sponsoring your father. I'm sponsoring your team. And you on the West Coast? Yeah. So shout out to Dion. While we're here, Dion was at an event in Las Vegas, and Shedeur has been not so quiet about wanting to be drafted by the Raiders in Las Vegas. Deion Sanders said to the Raiders, head coach Antonio Pierce, who was attending, "You are truly the best. Now I just need you to do one thing. I need you to draft those Sanders boys," which I said was an interesting choice of words, because we kept saying that Deion is going to take over Shedeur and Travis and not allow for them to be drafted where he doesn't want them to go. And I thought that was just because he didn't want to put him in a bad situation. I actually forgot all about Shiloh. This is a pure NBA move right here. If you want to sign me, you have to sign Thanasis. You have to sign somebody. You have to sign my brother.
Big Baller Brand, baby. LeVar Ball. All of these kids is getting out of my house and getting rich. So, and once again, I told y'all last year, and I still believe it now, I wouldn't mind Shiloh on the Falcons. I mean, we saw how D Alpha got beat this week. You have, like, you got to look at stories here. That's the reason Jerry isn't it. Jerry drafted Deuce.
Testing.
And and when Jerry drafted Deuce, the coach's son, it's a clip. It's something you can sell. Antonio Pierce, if you draft the Sanders kids, you also get Deion. You get what comes with that. So yeah, I think that it's a great thing. I like how Deion, he gives Antonio Pierce, who's in a kind of tricky situation right now, he gives him a ton of credit. He every chance he gets the bigger, he bigs him up. So for me, yeah, I think that it's not a bad idea. These picks all ain't gonna hit anyway. And Shiloh has played literally everywhere. South Carolina, Jackson State, Colorado. He's everywhere he's gone. He's had to deal with the spotlight. Is he the best? No, but I think he's more than competent football player, though. And we go right into Belichick, speaking of people and their kids.
Uh-oh. Nor would you went blurry.
No. Hit the lock button. I said, whoa,
my headphones went dead, so I'm trying to
while Reggie does that,
figure out how to. That's the input is the microphone.
We can continue devices. To discuss.
Volume
Bill
mixer.
Belichick and the University of North Carolina, UNC, are in talks about Bill Belichick possibly taking over as the head coach. So, for me,
we ain't gonna worry about it, one or the other.
I'm not even sure if I wouldn't want, to be completely honest, I have no interest in Bill Belichick coaching my college football team. As y'all have probably seen all over the internet, the Rob Gronkowski, Tom Brady, Wes Welker, not Wes Welker. What's the dude name who got the podcast?
Yeah, no, it's not Wes Welker. It's Julian Edelman.
Julian Edelman, same person. But they were making jokes about Belichick coaching college football.
Is that what we're talking about?
As much as there's jokes, yes. as much as they're jokes, I think that there's a ton of truth in that. I don't understand how Bill Belichick is going to be a good college coach, especially in the time where you have to do more accommodating for players. You have to be nicer to players. I don't see Bill Belichick being, he wasn't nice to the arguably greatest football player of all time. So I can't imagine there's a world where he's going to be nice to a 16-year-old, 17-year-old that he's trying to recruit. Now, if you play defense, that's probably the place to go. But I can't imagine an offense, because we remember we saw him be the general manager and coach of the New England Patriots, and the offense was terrible. I don't know what he does offensively in college.
So I missed what you said about Belichick. But I think I got the gist of it. This screams he's doing what Deion's doing for his sons. He's doing the same thing. So part of the stipulations for this, as I think we talked about, or you said, or you mentioned earlier, is that he's looking to lock in his son, Steven, as UNC's head coach in waiting, which means Belichick is basically going to be there for the allotted amount of time, which I believe won't be more than a year or two, because he's looking to go back to the pros, and Jacksonville's opening up. All of these other places are opening up, and he's trying to make sure that Steven has the
then I'm not doing that.
Inside track to be there, because if you remember, he made Steven the defensive coordinator or something there at New England towards the end of it, and he's really trying to get Steven in as there. So that's part of it, is making Steven the coach in waiting, and that's why they're in in negotiations.
What you cannot do is fire the greatest coach in your program because he's 76 and then go get a 72-year-old. If I'm Mac Brown, I will start a podcast and talk trash about you.
Make Skip Bayless your partner?
Yeah, whatever it is. I mean, say what you want to about Mac Brown. He wasn't great, but he was also the greatest you've ever had. And then you go get Bill Belichick, who, this doesn't make sense. Bill Belichick's not going to sit in any kid's living room, and he's not going to be nice to them. And these kids are soft.
Well, he's part of the old regime, but he's one of the guys that won't change. I think what he's trying to bet upon is, this game's turned out to be really good. What he's trying to bet upon is that, and he said it on TV, he said, I'm going to build a pipeline to the pros through North Carolina, because I know exactly what it takes. I know exactly what it takes to get there, and I know exactly what it takes to win, to play winning football. His staff would include Matt Patricia, Ben McDaniels, who is the Texans passing game coordinator and brother of Josh McDaniels, who was a longtime offensive coordinator, as well as a sitting college GM who would handle all general operations as NIL, recruiting, etc., which I think Alabama was one of the first to do it, and now everybody else is doing it, putting in a GM. So he's basically building a pro football like atmosphere at UNC.
Do it. Just like, no, it's not going to do anything for you. I honestly think it's going to push you back. Belichick is just, it's oil and water. You're paying these kids a ton of money.
Jamar Chase.
These kids are going to get paid more than you. And if you're not nice to them or play them, they're going to leave. And we just saw 3 of your best players confirm this. They were joking, but they were dead ass serious too. You got to ask yourself, if he wasn't nice to Tom Brady, do you think he's going to be nice to me?
Now, I don't know what you're doing here, North Carolina. There's going to be so many other coaches, and I think this is the equivalent. Can't say that, but it's called being premature. This is when you fire too early, I guess is the nice way of saying it. You, oh man, you have so many. There's gonna be so many offensive assistants that will be open. 2 of them, I think, are already linked to this job, and Georgia defensive coordinator Glenn Schumann, as well as the tight ends coach who has drafted the last 4 or recruited the last 4 tight ends from Georgia, including Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington. So, and Todd Hartley.
I think Arthur Smith is a better fit at this job.
Arthur Smith is there. You're right. Arthur Smith is there. And Belichick isn't known to develop anything offensively. Everything offensively there has pretty much been in place. Unless your name is
Tom Brady.
And he might be try to take credit for that. But I mean, to me, you can't name no other real wide receiver there.
The offense left. It was non-existent. And what do you think? Y'all gonna win 12-9 every week? Who do you think wants to see that?
Well, they're betting that they won't lose 70-50 to JMU either. That's
better to lose 70-50 than to lose 12-9 every game.
Not to JMU.
Okay. Do it then. Do it.
But we'll see.
I love when people spend their money. Just like I was happy when the Jaguars signed Trevor Lawrence to that stupid contract, when the Giants paid Danny Dimes. UNC, do us all a favor. Me and Reggie are growing this podcast. We love to have things to talk about. Sign UNC. UNC sign Bill Belichick so me and Reggie can laugh every week.
Speaking of spending money, I guess you don't like Oklahoma State because they actually just didn't, or they spent money, but they reallocated money. We talked about it we didn't talk about it last week in depth, but I told y'all Mike Gundy in Oklahoma State. Actually, we did. Because I asked y'all last week, I said, hey, random thought. Is it time for Mike Gundy to be fired from Oklahoma State? He's been there for a long time. I think he may be one of the longest tenured current college football coaches in Power 5, if not the longest. He's been there forever. And I said, hey, they suck. I mean, they got beat 53-0 by Colorado on their last game. Mind you, their running back was a preseason Heisman candidate, and he is nowhere to be found. They are awful. Well, they answered our question. Mike Gundy and Oklahoma State reached an agreement on a restructured contract that will keep the Cowboys head coach there for multiple years. The reason it's restructured, and I see folks in the comments talking about this is his first losing season in 15 years. He's made bowl games every year, etc. It wasn't about the winning or losing. Oklahoma State wanted to dedicate more money to the NIL fund. A way for them to dedicate more money to the NIL fund is to cut some of your money and dedicate it to the NIL fund.
Now, let me tell you something here. I want to get it straight. This is Jug season. And I want to tell you why. But this kind of reminds me of the Jill Scott conversation, which is a little bit off topic, where she says, you can only talk to me like that if you can talk to me like that. That's what I feel like about Mike Gundy right now. The only reason they could make you restructure is because they can make you restructure. But what I think this is a restructure before a cut. They had you give the money back first, then they're going to fire you. Now, they already talking about Zach Robinson, who is the Falcons offensive coordinator, is who they are interested in. I find that to be very interesting because I see the Falcons offense. But for me, I think that all of these moves are questionable, but I think they got him to give some of the money back. Now they're going to fire him. We got some of the money back, and now we can just make peace if he doesn't do good. And we can just be like, oh, he just doesn't have it anymore.
Well, let me tell you something. You can get Zach Robinson off our hands, big dog.
I am kind of upset that Gundy didn't
took him.
The Gundy
took him.
You could have had it.
We could have got the Texans passing game coordinator or something. Got somebody else.
Skoronski? I mean, not Skoronski.
Who we just talked about, McDaniel's brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could have got him. So, but anyway, that's not even, he's known for his viral. I'm a man. Talk to me. I'm 40. That's his viral moment. But the funniest hire to me and the funniest caption was Central Florida brings back Scott Frost, national championship winning coach Scott Frost. And you may be asking, dang, CeeDee Lamb was wide open. You may be asking, what national championship does UCF win? Did they win in baseball or golf or tennis? No, he's football national championship. If you remember in 2017, they did not make it into the playoff. And they said that they were acknowledged by their own alumni as national champions. So when they released this, they said Scott Frost was the head coach. They said he's back as the head coach of Central Florida.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not. You're not a national champion. The ring is fake, as the diamonds. Probably made out of fool's gold, and you look like fools.
You're dusty.
And now, and your team is uneven. And now y'all gonna bring him back. Now I do think it is probably best for both of you guys, because don't forget he was getting torched at Nebraska.
Schmiggity smoked.
And yep, I think that this is probably a hey man, neither one of us can do any better. So let's just stick together. But if your coach can't do any better and the team can't do any better, then you need to have a realistic expectation of what you think this team is capable of. And now that undefeated ain't gonna work no more, because they're gonna stick you in that 12 man and let you get destroyed.
Molly Watt, plumber chick. It's gonna happen.
And we gonna laugh, and you're gonna lose. And you're gonna lose.
It's gonna happen. Y'all gonna play Oregon, and they're gonna beat y'all.
Lost.
Well, yeah, Jamar. Well, I mean, they don't have Dak, but yeah, Jamar Chase at the end of the game did what Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase do. Moving on. Now, this is a great hire. Southern Miss hires Marshall's Charles Huff as its next football coach. Marshall just won their first Sun Belt championship win last night. So I think it's a great hire for Southern Miss. I don't necessarily understand it for Marshall.
I got it. There are a couple things here. So Marshall wanted to extend him, but they wanted to extend him and have a bunch of different ways to get him out of the contract. That's the reason he did. They tried to extend him last year. He bet on himself and said no. The other part about this is Marshall's only paying him like $800K. Southern Miss is gonna pay him like $1.4 million. He was vastly underpaid, and he won you a championship. So he's like, oh well, yeah, I'll go to Southern Miss.
That's why it explains the lateral, because it's really just a lateral in terms of prestige. But going from $800K to $1.4 million ain't a lateral move. No, but
for sure.
You going now? Hey man, stay away from Brett Favre. Don't go down there at Southern Miss and be tripping.
But the other part is Coach Huff has been coaching his ass off.
Not saying he hasn't.
Got to the championship, and if you really look at the trees that he's been under, all of the people that really matter, he's worked for. Remember, he was at Alabama with Saban. Mm-hmm. He was with Dan Mullen. He's been a bunch of different places. He's just, I hate to say it like this. Honestly, he's from an HBCU and he's black.
Why do you hate to say the truth? You hate to say the truth?
Because that's where all of this comes from. He's just underpaid. So he's going somewhere where he can secure a bag. And if he revamps his program, which I think that he will do, then at that point he'll be undeniable. It sucks that we have to take the longer road and be better, which is always what we understand. You gotta be twice as good. Yeah. But I do think that he is twice as good.
Yeah, he is. He's a great coach. School buyouts. This is a part of the NIL that I did not see coming. The NIL forces you to make decisions immediately from an administrative standpoint, because you have to figure out a way to get players. If you can't get players there, players ain't going to go play for a losing coach. I mean, look what happened with Texas A&M and how all of that happened. This year, with the season still going on now, there have already been. This graphic came out a week ago, but since then, there have already been almost $50 million in buyouts this season already for coaches because they're trying to get better coaches or upgrade their coaching staff or move on or et cetera.
West Virginia, what are you doing? Purdue. I mean, cool. Like, this is the thing. These 5 teams have bought themselves out of what? And bought themselves into what?
But I say, what are you going to get? Who are you going to get that's better?
Now, I will tell you, talk about a fall off. That boy, Tom Herman, he went from the hottest coach when he was at University of Houston to coaching University of Texas to getting bought out at Florida Atlantic.
Yeah.
That's how the mighty have fallen.
It is what it is, bro.
Might be time Tom Herman, you'd have made enough money. It might be time you to just
Peace
go off
on
into the sunset. Yeah.
Yeah.
You pull up Coach O. Go just lay it on down, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who would be interested in having you as a coach now.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I personally don't care.
And the crazy part is he only 49 years old.
Yeah, he was young. He just had a 70-year-old haircut, but he been
5-game losing streak at Florida Atlantic. You got fired from Texas.
Well, and also he was coming after Lane Kiffin at Florida Atlantic, if I'm not mistaken. So he went from Florida Atlantic to Ole Miss, and Florida Atlantic was good when Lane Kiffin was it. Well, they were decent. They had a bad year, and then they were pretty good.
He went from Ohio State, all OC, quarterbacks coach. He was at Houston. I thought he was at Houston longer than 1 year. It was 15, 16. He was at Texas for 3 years, offensive analyst for Chicago, for the Bears for a year, and then Florida Atlantic. His overall record is still 60-36, and he's 5-0 in bowls. But, hey, 6-16 at Florida Atlantic ain't gonna get it done. I guess he was 32-18 at Texas. That wasn't terrible.
Well, you kept losing to Oklahoma. You can't lose to your rival.
He was 22-4 at Houston. Honestly, Houston and Tom Herman, y'all should have stuck together.
Still can.
Y'all should have figured it out.
Pull a UCF.
Sometimes,
double back.
Hey,
Double back.
baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm begging. Baby, I'm begging. Let me back in the house, my mom.
Got that text yet?
Let me flip that for you, baby.
The next thing that caught me off guard, I thought this was a match made in heaven. You got Deshaun Foster at UCLA, black coach who is unapologetically black. And he was the coach of UCLA, and he hired Eric Bieniemy, who was the offensive coordinator under Andy Reid for all of those years at there you go, let's charge it.
Colorado?
No. Kansas City.
At
Kansas City. And then he couldn't get a job. And he kept getting interviewed, and then he went to Washington, and then they couldn't work that out. And it's always been something. And I criticize people like LaShawn McCoy, who called him out. And I was like, come on, man. He's a black coach who deserves a head coaching opportunity. But there really weren't a lot of people that had a lot of good things to say about Eric Bieniemy.
Correct.
And this kind of, I don't know if it reiterates it, but it definitely cooperates the story of he's very difficult to work with and other things that have come out, because I didn't see a reason for them to fire him after 1 year. The 1 year?
I hate that he's very difficult to work with. Because you know who else is difficult to work with? Most football head coaches and offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators. What matters is they weren't winning. Bill Belichick, notoriously one of the hardest people to get along with. But when you're winning, nobody cares. It's that simple.
Not after 1 year though. The coach has only been there 1 year. If that's the case, you fire the coach too.
Yeah, I mean, UCLA wasn't terrible. I mean, I think that they showed some promise. So it is bad that the black coach with the black and brown staff fired the black offensive coordinator. Like Deshaun Watson, excuse me, not Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Foster's entire boy. That's polar opposite. Deshaun Foster has done a really good job of making sure that he gave people of color an opportunity to be coordinators. So it is something there. I hope that he gets to go to a place. I would like for him to.
Where everybody knows
your name. He probably thinks so too. No, where nobody knows your name. Just start over. Start fresh. This is me. And give him a shot. And maybe you have to take a step down, a step back, and go to a lower tier school, but give him a chance to just be a head coach. Let him do it. I'd much rather see him do it on his and go and lose or win on his own terms.
Would you take him out of HBCU?
You think I would?
As a head coach or as a coordinator?
Head coach. I'm not going to tell Eric Bieniemy, who used to coach Patrick Mahomes, I need you to be a coordinator here. Man, get away from me. I'm not doing that. At worst, I'll call Andy Reid back. Andy Reid will take him back for sure.
Yeah, him and Matt Nagy could work together. Yeah, that's
especially that offense ain't offensing.
Well, yeah, but also the part of the reason he didn't get a head coaching job or offer is because they said that Andy Reid was really doing all the heavy lifting. And he was just there to help with the game plan, and that's it. But in-game play calling was all Andy Reid, so he didn't really make any decisions.
Hey, bro, let me come right on back. Y'all need a little bit of help, and I need a place to go to work.
Yep. Before we get to the playoffs, we're going to talk. I wanted to ask this. So, Naeem Ford was committed to Ohio State for over a year. 5-star, number one cornerback. There's another similar story to Justice Terry, who was a Georgia lean. They've been recruiting him since 8th grade, and he was a Georgia lean. His family showed up to the signing ceremony with all Georgia apparel. They thought he was signing with Georgia, and he then signs with Texas and says it's a business decision. The NIL has totally put recruiting on the end. Naeem Ford said, Phil Knight, we talked about Barstool Sports with Underwood last week. Phil Knight this week said he played a huge role, like a huge, big role in me coming to Oregon instead of Ohio State. He's going to help me make my shoe and help me release a shoe under my name.
Sure, kid.
You don't think that's going to happen?
It's not. We've all been in points in our life where we had to tell somebody something to get what we were looking for. But if Marcus Mariota didn't get a shoe, if Dylan Gabriel didn't get a shoe, who else did they have at Oregon recently that was a world beater? If Bo Nix didn't get a shoe, you are not getting a shoe, cornerback. I'm going to tell you that. What you going to do? You going to get mad with the guy who runs Nike? Who you going to tell? Adidas?
Well, the difference is, other than Bo Nix, all them other dudes didn't have NIL. Dylan Gabriel was never going to get nothing. Like, because the way that they view Gabriel versus they view Naeem Ford is totally different.
Bro, you're not even, didn't they have Christian Gonzalez?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, sure, show me the shoe. Once again, I hope that you get a shoe, and if you get it, I'll hopefully probably buy it. But show me the shoe first. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Then you got Kansas quarterback Jalen Daniels in some news that people were surprised about, even though I told y'all this was going to happen. If you call back last year when the NIL really got to popping off, I said, you're now not talking about negotiating with players and bringing them in for recruiting from the portal and from high school. You're also renegotiating with players that are on your team. Because remember, scholarships technically are 1-year contracts. They are not 4-year contracts. They just renew them each year. So, with that being said, Kansas quarterback Jalen Daniels renegotiates his quarterback and released a statement and a whole thing saying, hey, he renegotiates his NIL contract to come back to Kansas for 1 more year. This is the new norm. This is it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to renegotiate. All of these, at the end of every year, we're going to renegotiate. That's just what it is. But that goes both ways. Your NIL might not be as big if you don't produce.
Then you,
So-
yeah.
It is surely something. It's going to be interesting. And all this extra recruiting and all this, we got all these players. Show me on week 1. I don't want to hear nothing about we got a player till I see him on the field, because these commitments are the farthest thing from commitments.
Yeah, recruiting
They're
don't matter no more.
They're ideas. Because when Tom Brady call you, you're going to answer the phone. And when a billionaire says, I'm going to send you 10, and then Dave Portnoy say, I got another 1, things change. What y'all need to be doing is going through them alumni associations and identifying the richest person you can find. Whoever's the richest person I can contact, I need that number.
Which is why I said, and I told y'all, it happened a lot faster, but I told y'all, when it comes to NIL and money, y'all think all y'all got some money until you get to Texas. And they're going to have the most millionaires. They're going to, and it's a very, it's a culture. They're all there. Like, if you're a Texas person, you are there to help Texas through and through, university, no matter what. They are strong alumni, and they're going to spend that money. I mean, hell, they hired Matthew McConaughey because he's Matthew McConaughey. They gave Vince Young.
McConaughey is a Texas alum.
Yes, but they hired him because he's Matthew McConaughey. They made a job for him. Same thing they did with Vince Young.
Oh, no. Like, that's always been a thing. You're going to be an ambassador.
I couldn't think of the word. That's what I was trying to say.
Thing. Terrence J is the North Carolina A&T ambassador. P. Diddy is the Howard University ambassador.
Take that.
Oh, yeah, he was saying that a lot, apparently.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the thing. At this point is you do have your alumni association. It mattered before, but it matters way more now. Between your contacts and money, that's going to be how you live and or die. That's the reason Matthew McConaughey be out there with that tan leather jacket every game.
No matter the temperature. No matter. All right. So I know this is what y'all came here for. We covered all the fluff that came out before. It was championship weekend in college football. You had basically everything was announced when it came to college football for the final playoff bracket.
This sucks.
You had
I'm sorry. I'm going to step in here for a second. Reggie's about to tell y'all about this 12-team college football bracket reveal. It sucks. Everything that I didn't want to happen, and y'all know this is my thing. College football is the one thing that I genuinely love. As much as I love my Gators, I just love college football. And I want to tell you, it's like, I just saw some coaches talk about this selection committee of people who may or may not have any involvement in college football whatsoever making these decisions. And then the games that we got clearly let me know that you guys are making decisions and know nothing about college football.
So you had championship weekend. So the 12 teams were released. The 12-team playoff was released. Oregon State, Big Ten champion, undefeated all year, number 1 overall team, is the number 1 team in the nation. Rightfully so. So they got the number 1 overall seed, number 2 seed, the SEC champion, Georgia Bulldogs. The SEC champion, Georgia Bulldogs, got the number 2 seed, which is the SEC champion, Georgia Bulldogs, followed by the number 3 seed, Boise State, the Power 5 representative, and the number 4 seed, Big 12 champion, Arizona State, that washed and dried Iowa State. And then, so all of them get the first round bye. And then in the first round, you have Clemson, the ACC champion, versus Texas, the SEC championship runner-up, Tennessee versus Ohio State, SMU versus Penn State, Indiana, and Notre Dame.
This is trash.
So you have a whole, you let me get it. You had a lot. So you have a whole lot of things happening here. There's a whole lot of disappointment and controversy. We'll start off with the obvious. SMU in over Alabama. SMU loses the championship to Clemson on a 56-yard walk-off game-winning field goal after SMU comes all the way back, and you end up getting them in with a 2-loss SMU team over Ohio State. Over Alabama, as well as a 1-loss Indiana team over a 2-loss Miami team. Why is this trash to you? And I'll tell you how I feel about it afterwards. Because I think we have different takes.
The reason that we expanded to 12 teams was to give teams that felt like they did not have a chance, an opportunity to compete with teams that they typically weren't given an opportunity to. So if SMU is going to play somebody, I want to see SMU in Texas. I want to see what they look like against the SEC. Y'all didn't play anybody all season, so play somebody. Clemson in Texas, we've seen enough of this. Surely seen enough of this. I would have much rather see Clemson play Penn State, Notre Dame, or Indiana. Tennessee and Ohio State. I don't want to see that either. I would rather have seen Tennessee play Notre Dame. I guess you can't do Indiana, Ohio State. And I guess you can't do Ohio State, Penn State.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out your logic. Where your logic with the matchups?
Because I want to see these guys who have not had to deal with anybody deal with some people in the first round. That's what I thought I was going to get. I would like to see Indiana and Tennessee, honestly. That would have been a great one for me. I would have liked to see Texas and SMU. Let's see what you can do. I would have liked to see Clemson and Penn State. And then that would have left Notre Dame and Texas. No. Notre Dame and Penn State. That would have been great. That's the perfect first round to me.
Do you know how the first round seedings are picked?
Yes, but it's just wrong.
So the first round seedings are picked by ranking. So Oregon got the number 1 seed because they're the number 1 overall team, plus they're the championship. They're the champion.
Oh yeah. I'm not talking about any of the locks. The locks are stuff.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is you got UGA, who's 2, because they're the number 2 team and they're the SEC champion. You have Boise State at 3 because they're the Mountain West champion and they're undefeated. And then you have Arizona State at 4. They're the Big 12 champion who has a better record than Clemson. And I believe they're higher ranked than Clemson at 12. And Clemson at the time was 16. So
correct.
That's why you have them there. So you saying you want to see, I can't remember all the ones you said, but Tennessee and Ohio State are going to play because they're 6 and 7. So they're going to be the 8 and 9 seed. SMU is the 10 seed. That's
So
the
what this is going to be stupid, and I'm going to tell you why. Because
It's
Notre
always gonna
Dame
be
is gonna
stupid.
Notre Dame is clearly going to be Indiana. Then Notre Dame's going to play Georgia. We've seen this happen umpteen million times. Georgia beats Notre Dame. Then the next one, SMU versus Penn State. Penn State beats SMU. Then they play Boise State. Boy, that game stinks. Tennessee and Ohio State, you're going to cannibalize one of the better teams in the top 12, and then they're going to play Oregon, which is going to be a game that's too good for the quarterfinals. Then you're going to have Clemson and Texas. Texas is going to beat Clemson. Clemson is probably better than Arizona State. Texas is going to beat Arizona State. So you're going to have the 5 seed beat the 4 seed. Now that Tennessee, Ohio State, Oregon, whoo, slobber knocker. But SMU, Penn State, Boise,
You can't get mad at the committee. Y'all lost. Clemson got 3 losses. The only way they could get in was win the ACC.
SMU has 0 good wins. And they lost to Clemson.
But they have a better loss. The committee already set the precedent early in the season when they said that they prioritize who you lose to versus who you win in strength of schedule. When Georgia lost to Alabama on the road, on the last possession of the game, they dropped them 9 spots. 9. When they lost to when Ohio State loses to Michigan, they didn't drop them as far. Like, they prioritize losing versus your strength of schedule. They will always prioritize losing versus your strength of schedule.
This is the reason that this is going to
for
be
this year. So you could get mad and say it needs to be tweaked next year. You could say all of those things. But for this year, for the precedent that they set, this par for the course. Clemson has the worst resume out of all of them. The only person that would have a worse resume than them would be Alabama if they made it in. Because Alabama, y'all can't be upset at not making it when you lose to Vanderbilt. And you lose to Oklahoma, who was 4-6. And y'all lost 24-3. And they ain't got no quarterback.
Yeah, Alabama. And I think that, and honestly, I will give Alabama a little bit of credit. And especially Mark Ingram, because he's the person I really saw. He said, hey, we didn't control what we could control. So we put ourselves in a position to let the world control us. And at that point, whatever happens, happens.
And I ain't got no sympathy for all them criers about that. Georgia had won 3 years in a row. Not one, not 2, 3, and we lost on a field goal in the SEC championship game to Alabama, and y'all didn't put us in last year. So all of that crying and stuff y'all doing, all these other teams crying about that bullshit, I don't care. I've been there. It is what it is. Win.
Clemson lost to Georgia, number 2 team in the country. Clemson lost to South Carolina, the number 15 team in the country, and almost in this playoff. And they lost to Louisville, who was also a top 15 team at one time. What are we saying here?
What are you referencing? Who are you referencing?
SMU.
Okay.
Clemson's better than SMU. SMU. Let's be real here. Let's go from bottom to top, worst team to best team out of these 12 teams.
I mean, Boise State, Indiana, SMU.
Hold on, wait.
Clemson.
You think Boise is the worst team?
Yeah, I don't think Boise State beats any of these teams outside of a one offer.
Better than SMU?
No, I do not.
Okay. So I think. Oh well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you.
Boise State, SMU, Indiana, Clemson. Oh, I'm sorry, Indiana, Arizona State, Clemson. Arizona State, Clemson, Arizona State. I think either way, but we'll say Arizona State, Clemson, Notre Dame, Tennessee. I'm sorry, Notre Dame, Penn State, Tennessee, Penn State, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Oregon. So I got it.
Okay. So For me, SMU 12.
Okay.
At 11, Indiana. At 10, Boise. No. Yes, Boise. At 8, Arizona State.
Who's
At
9?
7,
You said 10-8.
hold on, let me get my pen here and do this.
And while you do that,
12.
I mean, that's not fair because
SMU. No, I'm just saying, like,
the same thing happens in the
There are-
NFL. I don't understand the same uproar. The NFC North this year is going to have 3 teams that are going to have 10 wins or more. Possibly. Only 2 of them going to get in. It's part of it. But the NFC South sucks. But they're going to have a team get in. It's the same thing.
but my thing is, I don't have an issue necessarily with the 12 teams. I have an issue more with the way that the first round is. That's my
That's
biggest
part
issue.
of the seeding. If
But
Clemson
it
hadn't
is what
lost,
it
if
is.
they hadn't lost 3 games, then they would be seeded higher.
That SMU, Penn State, Boise State is pissing me off.
It's tight. It's
Is-
unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
But that's good though. It's good and it's bad because somebody's gonna be able to skate all the way to the semifinals.
Think about it. SMU and Penn State both lost in the Big Ten championship and the ACC championship. So those are the runner-up, essentially, in the Big Ten and the ACC. Right? Tennessee and Ohio State didn't make it to none of it. Neither did Indiana, and Notre Dame don't play nothing. If anything, I would probably put Notre Dame to play Texas. That would be the better game because I think
that.
Texas is the runner-up to the SEC, who is arguably the hardest conference and they've only lost to literally the number 5 team twice. Like, just their only losses. So I would probably put Texas versus Notre Dame, but then you got to put Clemson, who is the worst conference champion. You got to put Clemson against the highest seed because they're the worst conference champion, and the highest seed is Texas.
You're gonna have 2 teams in the first round that are gonna end up in the semifinals. Texas is gonna end up in the semifinals. Penn State is gonna end up in the semifinals. Now,
I'm
Tennessee,
not necessarily
Ohio
sure
State,
about that.
Tennessee, Ohio State, Oregon, I think that's by far the hardest gauntlet to deal with.
I wouldn't even want the
And
number
e-
1 seed if you're going to do that to me. I got to
Man,
play
right.
Tennessee or Ohio State or Texas or Clemson to get to the national championship game.
And imagine if you're like Ohio State. Which I
Man,
guess you earned it.
you lost
Ohio
by a
State,
field goal
I don't feel. Yeah, but you lost to Michigan. This team
at home
threw the ball for 6
with no quarterback.
Yeah, Tennessee is the team that gets jobbed. I got to play a good Ohio State team, only to then play an Oregon State team. I mean, an Oregon team, not an Oregon State team. Then, if I'm only so fortunate to probably have to wrestle with Texas.
To then have to play either Penn State or Georgia or Notre Dame. Like, yeah, that top half is a gauntlet. But again, yeah, that's crazy. That top half is crazy. That's crazy.
No,
That's
no,
crazy.
no,
But
I'm
but
not
that's
doing
but that's not. It's not the committee's fault on that point. The committee went by a rubric. You got your 4. Now, you know who really throws this and who we should always blame until they get in the conference? It's Notre Dame. If y'all have to play a conference championship, then you would have put Arizona State down here. And y'all would have been up here. Which means you then would have had to reshuffle because Arizona State is then where Clemson is. And Clemson is then where Notre Dame is. So now you have Arizona State versus Texas, Clemson versus Indiana. Or you have somewhere in there Arizona State versus Penn State, SMU versus Texas, and you know you get to change it around a little bit. But because Notre Dame doesn't play anybody, they didn't really play. They lost to Northern Illinois. Nobody's talking about that. That's a terrible loss. They don't have to do anything, so they automatically are. Notre Dame is forever the 7 seed. Like, they're always going to be the 7 seed forever.
Which just pisses me off because they're the same team that's always top 5 preseason. They don't play anybody.
Oh, let me jump in here real quick. Florida State.
The ranked teams that they played, Texas A&M, decent team. Louisville, decent team.
Play ACC
Army
schedule.
and Navy.
Yeah, that's it. Let me
But
jump
this
in
is
here
the
real
thing.
quick.
Hold on,
Oh, go ahead.
hold on. I got one more thing. Texas, Steve Sarkisian, you need to stomp Clemson out and stomp Arizona State out.
Yeah, you send a message.
Ohio State, Ryan Day, you better beat Tennessee or you're fired. You probably need to beat Oregon or you're fired. Tennessee, this will be a good opportunity for you to claim some respect.
From you?
Beating Ohio.
I think they got respect already.
Not if they get put out in the first round.
So then again, this first round that's the game of the first round then, because either one of them gonna be fired. Either
That's
no
exactly
respect
wrong.
or you fired.
Yep. SMU Penn State. Hey, James Franklin, let me tell you this. If we don't see you in the semifinals, it's over, bro. You surely cannot lose to SMU, who's a scam. And you can't lose to Boise. You have too much pedigree. Y'all might be 6, they might be 3. There's an expectation for you to win that game. So if we don't see Penn State in the semifinals, I don't know what to say because I don't know if they get a better coach. But we're not. I hate to say it to black coaches, you're just not having respect after that. And then Notre Dame, you for sure better not lose to Cincinnati. And then Georgia,
We got to out. We ain't got no quarterback. That's our out. It don't matter.
it's Notre Dame, bro. Like it is. I hate that out. I mean, it's not really an out. They're not on fire Kirby anyway. No matter what happens, Kirby's coming back
Forever.
But
Won 2 national championships.
yeah.
Ain't never leaving.
Kirby is good.
You got to go to the pros,
But
big dog.
somebody gonna get fired. Something gonna happen around there.
Okay.
but
So let me
yeah.
jump in here. Because I want to address the group of people who tried to play this card that didn't work. Florida State. Y'all trying to say because Carson Beck is hurt that Georgia doesn't deserve to be in the playoff because that happened to y'all last year?
Different game, different rules.
It's stupid. Y'all play in the ACC. Y'all struggled through the ACC. Georgia, a 2-loss team, lost to Alabama, who, for all intents and purposes, according to just about everybody, feels like they should be in. And they lost to Ole Miss on the road. They also won the SEC, which is the hardest conference. They also beat the ACC champion. Correct? They also beat Tennessee. They also beat Texas. Georgia has played 3 of the top 12 teams in this bracket and beat all of them. So all of that stuff y'all trying to say about Florida State don't matter, bruh. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. And I'm going to put this here to y'all in y'all ear hole today. If Georgia would have played Florida State last year, oops, we saw it. It was 63-3. But if they would have played them full strength in the playoffs, it may not have been 63-3, but it would have been 35-20. That Georgia defense, we can see they can coach. They can coach defense. And I don't know if you guys would have beat them. So y'all can pipe down Alabama. It is what it is. You shouldn't have lost to Vanderbilt. You shouldn't have lost to Vanderbilt. You shouldn't have lost. Really, the Vanderbilt loss didn't hurt you as bad as y'all claiming. It's the loss to Oklahoma. That Oklahoma loss was devastating.
But this is the thing. I don't really love that. I think the Vanderbilt Indiana is surely a game. I think the Vanderbilt SMU surely a game.
It's unfortunate.
I think that Oklahoma and Indiana surely a game. I think that Oklahoma SMU surely a game.
Nothing
the
you can do
strength of
about
schedule
that, though.
part sucks. That's where it's off. It's just wrong.
Now,
Florida,
one more point too. But go ahead.
Hold on. Florida State, you guys being mad.
Don't care.
Sure, you can be mad, but like I said, it's a different game with different rules. Those were the rules last year. It was always known the injuries take into account when it comes to rankings. This is a different situation. It's a 12 team instead of 14. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate the same way that players who graduated the year before NIL started weren't able to get paid. It's just life.
What was I about to say? What was I about to say? I missed it. I started doing something else. Oregon, Penn State, Georgia, Boise State is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, you said Vanderbilt and all of them would have been. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, that's my point. This is my point. I've read also that people were saying from Alabama and anybody that didn't get in, Miami too, there's no point in scheduling non-conference top 25 opponents anymore. That's idiotic.
I disagree with that.
That's idiotic. Here's why.
How?
Number one, before we even address that, y'all lost the conference. All y'all losses were conference losses. Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma. Those are all conference losses. So y'all basing that argument is stupid. But number two, not scheduling top 25 out of conference games only benefits the SEC. It only benefits the SEC because the SEC is viewed as being superior. The only way that you would assume that Oregon or Ohio State or Clemson is good or is bad as a measuring stick is to play out of conference games. If you're not going to play out of conference games and play against those teams, you might as well just make it the SEC Invitational. You might as well do that because nobody's going to respect Clemson if they don't play out of conference games. Also, nobody's going to respect it. Let's say Bama does schedule a top 25 out of conference game. Let me tell you. Let's look at Bama's schedule this year real quick. I just want to do that real quick.
If I'm in the SEC, I'm not adding anybody. I'm playing any games that are non-conference games. I'm playing the worst teams I can play.
Here's the thing. Bama did. You want to know who their out of conference schedule was? Western Kentucky, South Florida, Wisconsin.
That's not
Mercer.
I'm not. Yes.
Those are your out of conference games. So y'all ain't scheduled nobody anyway.
Take Wisconsin off my schedule.
For what?
I mean, the risk of possibly having to play a team that's good. Say what you want to about Wisconsin. In the last 20 years, they had 3 of the top 20 running backs. Nope, I'm not risking it no more. No, don't ask me nothing.
But they were 3-6 in the Big Ten. 3-6. No, you didn't schedule nobody anyway, Alabama. How are y'all talking about our non-conference and we not gonna schedule nobody? You ain't scheduled nobody.
Hey, send me Kennesaw.
That's fine. If you do that, then that takes away your margin of error. You can't win. It's a lose-lose situation. If you don't schedule anybody and then you lose to Ole Miss like y'all do every other year, or you lose to LSU, that's just a loss. It don't help you no more. You're done.
Send me.
The reason Georgia was going to get in regardless, even if they won the SEC championship or not, is because they beat Clemson. That's part of the reason that they were in.
I'm cool with I understand what you're saying, but me, never again. Never again. I'm looking for cupcakes individually wrapped.
Miami, I know y'all are upset. So y'all.
That's your fault.
It's your fault. You lost to Georgia Tech and Syracuse. Shout out to Syracuse, Fran Brown. It's your fault. You shouldn't have lost. There's really, y'all should have made it. If everybody handled their business, the team that probably wouldn't have made it as a conference champion or would have been close to the end is Arizona State because they beat Iowa State. Them being number 4 is a travesty, and that's on all these teams right here. All this first round, that's y'all fault.
I'm hoping that Texas does what they need to do against Clemson, and I hope that they that's what I want to see. Arizona State, here you go. You 4. You play Texas at 5. If I'm Texas, I'm doing my best job to end their recruiting. I want to beat you so bad that people start decommitting like they did at Florida State. That's what I'm looking for now. Because that's the new thing is you get stomped out in these games, these kids are going to decommit. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to break whole teams. I want to break a program.
Well,
That's the reason that I wanted to see SMU play Texas. Come on. You spent that $100 million. Now play somebody.
you say all of that, but what happens when if Clemson beats Texas? That throws a monkey wrench in everything you just said. Now you got Clemson versus Arizona State, and Arizona State can beat Clemson.
Not really. Dabo, no, they can't. No, they can't. Hey, Dabo, you lose to Arizona State?
Dabo won the ACC and made it to the quarterfinals.
Lose to Arizona State and think the people going to remember that.
Didn't he just lose? He been losing to a bunch of people.
Not Arizona State.
Arizona
That's
State
fine,
was
though.
picked worst. They were picked to finish last. They were picked to finish 16th. They're not even on the graphic. That's how bad. I got to scroll down. They're at the bottom. They were picked to finish 16.
I mean, this is just kind of look at where Colorado ended. Look where BYU ended. Look where Arizona State ended. Yeah, y'all might have missed this media. But hey, whatever it is, this is beat. We're gonna see what this looks like, and I am thrilled about it. Let's look at these conference champions real quick.
Who are we looking at? I mean, I don't know what you got. So Georgia is Arizona State worst to first. They won the Big 12. Cam Scatterboo had a hell of a game. He played out of his mind. They basically gave him the ball and played defense. Is pretty much how they play. And they have a running quarterback, which is why I'm saying they could be an issue.
Show me.
Then you have Georgia, who has now lost. Carson Beck finally wasn't doing stupid stuff. And then the coach goes and calls a Hail Mary at the 50 when the score is 6-3. And he ends up getting a UCL injury, which is like basically pitcher's elbow. And he ends up getting hurt. So now he's out, as well as the punter who had a non-contact injury. I don't even know how that happened.
In non-kicking leg.
But he's out for the year, which means he definitely, and he was one of the best punters in the nation. But he's out for the season. So Georgia, what's quickly happening about this college football playoff, which I told y'all was going to happen all throughout the season. I kept saying this word and it kind of floated by a lot of times. We kind of skipped past it. But this is a war of attrition. This ain't really the 12 best teams for real. This is just a war of attrition. Georgia, luckily we got Gunnar Stockton, who is a hometown hero. He was never going to transfer because he always from Rabun County, Georgia. He just wanted to go to UGA. Tiger, Georgia, in Rabun County. Population 593 because he's at school. It was 594 before he left.
All related.
Yeah. Seventh cousins getting married. But that it's the truth. But so Georgia's hurt. You got the war of attrition. Quietly is kept. Tennessee got beat up the last couple games. Even though they played Vanderbilt, they got beat up. And then Ohio State I don't know if they got a heart or not. I don't know what's happening out there. They are devastated.
Is there a heart in the house tonight? It's finna get real. Hey, Tennessee and Ohio State, they got a raw deal. I definitely think that they deserved the SMU and Indiana treatment in the first round.
I would have put Notre Dame against Ohio State and probably SMU versus Indiana. That way you keep it being interconference. Because if you switch it, it's just going to be Penn State, Ohio State again, or Indiana, Ohio State again. That's the only way you can do it.
I guess, man. I'm still disappointed, but it is what it is.
Also,
it's
Signetti,
not gonna work.
Quit crying. Signetti talking about because our name is Indiana and not Michigan, we're ninth. No, you are ninth because you are not better than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8.
You're 11 out of 12.
Or 9.
Keep it a buck, bro.
You're 10th. Or you're not better than, you're not the best. And you ain't played nobody. You lucky you in there.
That's the reason I am excited. Because they going to get whooped or get whooped. if you do beat Notre Dame,
Georgia gonna beat y'all to
Georgia
death.
gonna monkey stomp. Best thing you can do is have a close game against Notre Dame and lose. You get to Georgia,
Yeah,
I don't care who they got at quarterback.
because I didn't know.
Brock
I didn't
Stockton,
know.
John Stockton.
Gunner don't matter. I didn't know. I knew the
Hide
defense
the
was
body,
good.
Hide the Bible if God watching, boy.
They was beating the crap out of Texas. When Dan Jackson hit that receiver over the middle, I said, "Oh, okay." So this is what we do. Georgia, I told y'all. Oh, I also made a very, very good, astute observation about Georgia. They brought back Will Muschamp. That's number one. They brought back Muschamp. He was an analyst, and he was leaving to go coach his sons. Not coach, but go watch his sons. His son is at one of them schools. I think he was at South Carolina. Because his oldest son played at UG, transferred to UGA. His youngest son was at South Carolina. So he went to go watch him play and practice and help him out. So he was an analyst. So he basically got to come and go as he pleases. But the smart thing about making him an analyst is you can bring him back during the playoffs. And guess what his first game back was? The SEC championship. Guess what his last game was before he left? The game against Texas. So he came back and Georgia's defense looked amazing. He left. They gave up 45 points.
Contractor.
Nope, he's not.
I ain't even coming to work today, boss.
So now he's
When
back
I
for
show
the.
up.
But he played with
gonna
Kirby. So did Bobo. So now he's back as an on-field analyst role. Is basically he's a coach. He's a defensive coach. He comes up with the game plan. They got Tavares Robinson, and he is the succession plan for when Glenn Schumann gets hired somewhere else, because he's not going to be there next. He can't. But that's the first thing. The second thing I know is about Georgia. I told my dad. I said Dan Jackson and Chaz Chambliss are really, and Cash Jones on offense are really, really, really good morale guys. They ain't the best. But when push come to shove and them teams get to that 30-yard line, who be in there? Us. He be putting all of us in there. It'd be all, they were like, oh, they brought in all, this is the Tiger package, the Rush package. I'd be like, it's a lot of black folks out there. All the walk-ons ain't out there no more. When it get tight.
No, this is the rubber and the road. They're meeting now. Not now, right now. Hey, we done playing.
Ooh, but this gonna be fun though. This show gonna be fun for everybody.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna say, y'all better not let Georgia win with a backup quarterback that ain't played in 3 years.
Against who?
Oregon got job.
Indiana, Notre Dame?
Oregon got job. Oregon should be where Georgia is, and Georgia should be where Oregon is. Georgia should have the tougher road as the number 2 versus the number 1.
Oregon should be where Boise is.
Or Georgia. Either way. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think Oregon beats all 4 of those teams. 5 of those teams.
Fair.
But to have to play Ohio State, Clemson, or Texas, or Tennessee in back-to-back weeks, and then possibly have to play Georgia or Notre Dame, I mean, you going to earn it. And it does eliminate the controversy. Final thoughts. With that being said, y'all there's a meme going around that went around when Trump got elected the first time that said, it was George Bush Jr. said, I don't look so bad as a president now, do I? Right? You know what the meme, and I'm going to create it. Don't y'all steal it. If you steal it, I'm going to throw egg at your door. The BCS is sitting there looking at this 12-team playoff like, y'all hated on me all the time, but I took into the account strength of schedule. I took into the account margin of victory. I took into the account rankings. I took into the account conference championships. It took all of those into the account, and it spit out the BCS championship. Don't look so bad now, does it?
Don't talk to me. If you don't want me, then don't talk to me. Go ahead and free yourself, in the words of Fantasia.
Y'all said y'all didn't want me. Now y'all up here begging, talking about Alabama should be in because of strength of schedule. Well, we had a system that took strength of schedule, and y'all said y'all didn't want it no more. That was y'all said. So this is the shit that you got to live in. It is what it is. With that being said, y'all, I'm going to go get another beer. Oh, go ahead. I'm going to go get another beer.
No, you're right. Thoughts and prayers.
I'm going to get another beer. We got to get to the NFL. We're not gonna talk about a lot. There's some drama in Philly, drama in Atlanta,
No, we really just talking about Atlanta. The rest of that.
and then we're gonna get to some Hawks talk. That's gonna be our brighter day. Brighter day, brighter day, brighter day. Cause we ain't got nothing else.
About that.
Football ain't it. Football ain't it for the pros. We'll be back. Y'all go get a beverage. You tuning in. At least we're not gonna be here till 3 a.m. like we were last week. Y'all stay.
5 in the morning. Now I'm up having conversations with you. That was an edit. That was a quick edit, boy. You gone.
We'll be right back. Y'all stay tuned.
Usually I make a weed song, so here go weed song. Usually I make a weed song, so here go weed song.
Oh shit. Fucking like my leg on fire in this bitch.
No towel down, we just burning them out. Good kush karma, that's her herbal account. Big smoke clouds, that's a permanent smell. Ooh. Use incense when smoking doobies in the house. Ashtray close, don't wanna burn the couch. Gas loud as it sounds, car lift when it bounce. Say she like edibles overseas, do smell proof. Kush make you tell the truth. You see me smoking on the yacht, then what the hell would you do? Open shirt showing my precious metals. Sometimes I roll a joint so long it look like two together. The pilot say it's cool to smoke, I'm taking full advantage. I'm filling joints like you do a campus. I'm taking off, hit you when I'm landing. She got the weed rolled and scented candles. It's that shit that you wanna try it on. It's that shit that make your body warm. It's that stay in then you gotta love. She like put that cushion on J.O. Hit it once you gone.
Look who we have here. The Taylor Gang. Are these good guys? Or are they bad guys? Everyone wants to be a good guy. But everyone loves the bad guy.
You wanna slide on me anyways. You think I lie to you anyway. Can I put some time up in it, baby? Cause I caught a vibe, girl, and I can't hide it. You know you still mine anyway. I wanna dive up in it, babe. Waistline in shape. I can do this all day. Foot on the
the pedal, no brakes, cause I need several first place. So why these medals keep going and never stop? I told
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our NFL segment of episode 170 of the Splashcast. I got a few things we're going to talk about today. Not much. We'll run down some stuff. The Bears suck. They're 0-7 after starting out 4-2. The 49ers about to pay Brock Purdy, which is something they got to do.
The Bears suck. I think the Eberflus put them in a bad situation. They're trying to figure themselves out. I do like that there is not. I mean, there are other teams that are fighting each other. I do give the Bears credit for being men about it. Ain't nobody coming to save us. We're men. We got to figure it out. We're going to talk about when we get to the Eagles.
Yeah, it's easy to say that. When your plan ain't work, they had a 3-year plan that didn't work. They set this Caleb Williams move up and all of this stuff 3 years ago.
I mean, you tried it. I don't think that you had the right coach. I think that you've identified the right coach now. Now you got to let him build the staff.
Who?
But
Thomas Brown?
Yes.
He ain't staying there.
100%.
Interim.
100.
They already talking about going to get your boy. 2 people are already on the list. Cliff Kingsbury and Lincoln Riley. Already on the list.
I think that will beget more problems, but that's not a problem for me. I think that I like him, and that's fine. If he doesn't, I do think that he will land on his feet with just as many opportunities. But yeah, for me, I think that the Bears should be given a chance with a decent coach. I think that he is the guy, and I think that they think that he's the guy because clearly he went from running backs coach to offensive coordinator to head coach. If y'all keep me giving these responsibilities because you think something of me. Now, it's still the Bears, so there's high propensity that they will mess it up. That comes with the territory.
They're definitely going to mess it up. They're going to mess it up 1,000%.
And them not picking Thomas Jones probably further proves that they can't make good decisions.
Thomas Brown.
But you can't Thomas Brown, you're right. Thomas Jones, running back? Nope.
Yep. University of Virginia, then played at the New York Jets, and then became an actor on Power.
Correct.
CJ Stroud, sophomore slump, is kicking his ass. Bryce Young is doing really, really well. And folks are saying CJ Stroud isn't what we thought he was. Or they're saying he was missing Nico Collins. That's why I do think Nico played a big role in his step back. But the obvious answer is Bryce Young has been sacked 7 times. CJ Stroud is at 19. That is 4 sacks a game. That is difficult in any way, shape, or form. Also, you playing different teams.
That's the reason I say every time, just stop moving. I know y'all probably get tired of me saying that all the time on podcasts. I feel like, but since I've been podcasting, I see so many people who are willing to become prisoners of the moment. We're going to talk about the Eagles. I told y'all last week they could be had. Immediately almost had by this very gentleman here. Same thing with Bryce Young. Bryce Young doesn't suck.
I don't think anybody
You
said
benched
that.
him for no reason.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie.
What?
You said that the Eagles was the best.
Oh, no. I said, I thought you were talking about Bryce Young. I do think the Eagles are one of the best teams in the league. If not, they are the number 2 team in the NFC. I said that last week.
Okay. So this week, the only reason that the Eagles, the number 2 team in the NFC, lost to the Carolina Panthers, who are probably 3rd worst team in the NFL, is because of drop pass from Xavier Leggett.
Correct.
I don't know anybody else who I hold in that high regard who I think who could lose to the Panthers. I don't think the Mahomes lose to the Panthers. Not a chance.
Mahomes They literally almost lost to the Panthers last week.
You're right. That was 2 weeks ago. I was wrong.
In the same fashion, they blocked the field goal.
I also don't put Kansas City in. Kansas City's. I shouldn't have brought them up because they're a whole different conundrum. But
I put Kansas City and Philadelphia in the same position. I think Kansas City is the best team in the AFC. Well, not the best team. They're the number 1 seed in the AFC, top 2 team, but they can be had just as well.
For surely can be had. But what I'm here for is y'all have to stop overreacting in the moment. Bryce Young doesn't suck. He didn't suck. He's on a shitty team with poor everything. And I mean, he should have won this week. He threw Xavier Leggett the ball. He dropped it. It's a touchdown.
He dropped it.
When you beat the Eagles. It's that simple. But a couple weeks ago, they was talking about, the Panthers looking to move on from Bryce Young.
Yes, which was premature. But it's also part of that is because you brought in a new regime too. Anytime you bring in a new regime, they're going to look to move on from you because you're not their hand-picked quarterback. When you hand-pick a quarterback, also with the way that he was picked, not by the coaching staff, but by the owner's wife, that always lends into it. The benching part and the non-development of the quarterback, I 100% agree with you. I didn't walk back my stance, but I even gave more context to my thought on Anthony Richardson. I think they did him the same thing I said with Bryce Young. I think they did him a disservice. He was drafted the same way. CJ Stroud to me is a better quarterback out of those 3. More NFL ready than those 3. But he went to the Texans. He went to the best situation. He went and had the best coordinators along with a new coach and a good defense. Well, I'm going to tie the coordinators into Sam Darnold. So he went to the best situation with the best coordinators, and that then allowed him to progress at a slower rate. Bryce Young went to a terrible situation. Anthony Richardson was drafted to be a project. He was drafted to not start. Then you started him and said, hey, he's not ready to start. And then you benched him without even bringing him. No, I'm sorry. You drafted him, he started, and then he got hurt because he wasn't ready to start. Everything about it, from the nuances about playing quarterback, throwing the ball over the middle, learning how to slide, all of those things, he was not ready to start. Right? Correct. Then you start him, and then you bring in Gardner Minshew, who ends up taking this team, because at the time, the team was actually good to make it to the playoffs. And then you let Gardner Minshew go, and then you let him start without any development because he hurt his shoulder, because you shouldn't have started him in the beginning. Yeah.
No, not Bryce. That was Andy Dalton, not Gardner Minshew.
I'm talking about Anthony Richardson.
Oh, you're talking about Anthony Richardson last year when Gardner Minshew. Yeah.
Yeah. So you set him up, and then you throw him in there with no development. You criticize him in the offseason. You didn't throw him in there. You take away Jonathan Taylor. I don't know what y'all doing with Jonathan Taylor. And then you don't add any receivers, and you set him up. It's this. Even if he wasn't ready to start, you made him worse than he was.
That's my frustration with them, and the same thing I kind of believe about the Cleveland Browns is you're asking people who it's not their job to do a job. The Browns want to blame Jameis. Jameis is a backup. Nick Chubb especially with Watson out, the team was always supposed to go where Nick Chubb took him. Nick Chubb run for 60 yards, then we gonna lose. and Jameis get out there and he's entertaining and magical. He does all of those things. So people, now it's easy to blame him. Oh, he threw interceptions. Well, yeah, the reason he threw interceptions because y'all couldn't get the running game going because your offensive line is decimating. The running game is just not there. He threw for 500 yards. Why did y'all put the game in Jameis's hands? If you go, there's not a game where you're like, you know what, Jameis, you gonna win it for us. Boy, you paying Nick Chubb. You know how I feel. The responsibility goes with the person who gets paid the money. Anthony Richardson, good or bad, Jonathan Taylor is the leader of that team.
Should
He's
be
the person who's supposed to make the offense go. He's the person who y'all
pissed off. Remember that.
negotiated in poor faith, and then y'all got right because you knew your bread was buttered and paid him. So I don't like the situation where Anthony Richardson is supposed to be a compliment, not the feature.
Not yet.
You're holding him to us, like that was the whole purpose. Is he has a strong running game and he's supposed to make some plays with his athleticism, but he's not supposed to be throwing 30, 40, 50 times a game. That's why you have Jonathan Taylor. And if you're not going to get that out of Jonathan Taylor, then you need to trade him and reallocate the money. You need to get a better offensive line.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Anthony Richardson, I see what they were trying to do. They were trying to put him on a Josh Allen plan, is what they're trying to do. They're trying
But let
to
him be Josh. Like Josh Allen sucked first.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to allow him to do that, you can't have it both ways. You either got to commit to it and allow him to go get his lumps, or you got to sit him like Jordan Love and allow him to learn how to read defenses. But you can't do both. And they kept trying to do both, and that is a detriment to him. And now we starting to see, okay, well, as long as I don't throw the ball extremely hard across the middle and I put some touch on it, hey, maybe I can complete a few passes. I still don't read the defense as well, but I can still run over this safety at the goal line. I can do that. Like,
yes.
So,
and then go back and throw the 2-point conversion to win the game. He punished that dude too. That's
what happens.
You're right. You can see it. You can see how this works.
Yeah, he's Josh Allen.
Because they didn't even we talking about last week when they won the game at the end of the game, which I like. They went for 2
over the Patriots,
and that play, the numbers matched up. It wasn't even like an advantage. It was just like man versus man. We're gonna beat their men. I would have liked to see him probably run in space a little bit more, but at the end of the day, business decision. He won.
They put Quentin Nelson there. They pulled Quentin Nelson, and he went right through there, eliminated that linebacker. I was like, oh, it's the safety versus 6. At that point, it's no longer positions. It's 5'11", 185 versus 6'4", 240. Always going.
Correct.
So
a good decision here.
So you got your quarterbacks that are starting to feel their way out, but following up on the Giant argument, if y'all have a chance, go back, and I put it on there as its own segment. Ladd McConkey discussion from last week. Y'all go back and listen. That is a great discussion.
Ladd McConkey is a really good receiver in the NFL.
He is. Right now. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. 100%. I think he's the number 1 rookie receiver, right? He is. Speaking of somebody else that Norwood said wasn't going to be good, Brock Bowers.
I was wrong here. No, shut up. I was unfamiliar with your game, bro.
Ow.
You got me.
He beat y'all 3 years in a row.
I'm a own up and say no. I didn't say he was I said he was a monster in college. When he was at Georgia, you can listen to the podcast. I said, oh, he's scary. I said that a bunch of times. It was never that he wasn't good at Georgia. I said all of the praises when he was at Georgia. I did not think that he was going to be able to create the level of separation.
I said he got tight hips is what you said.
It's still, he catches the ball better than I thought, to be completely honest. When I saw him make that one-hand catch
against Kansas City,
yeah, the hands.
He did that in Georgia.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It's a whole different ball game.
Everything he did at Georgia, he's doing at LA with less talent.
I was wrong about that. And
we're talking about Brock Bowers. We never said his name. We're talking about Brock Bowers. He leads rookie tight end. He leads rookie tight ends in NFL with more catches in NFL history with the game evolving. Brock Bowers is scary good. What I really wanted to focus, because this is going to lead us into other conversations, is Kyle Pitts with Matt Ryan has 68 catches in 14 games. And he's number 6 on this list. And he has totally lost his way. And
he out of there, yo.
He's digressed so bad, but we'll get to it. But yeah, Brock Bowers He's doing this with no quarterback. He had no quarterback before the no quarterback hurt his leg. The no quarterback hurt his leg, and now he really ain't got no quarterback, and he still had like 7 catches.
The other part about this is, and this is not hate, but
get
it's the
more
same thing I've
weapons.
said about. Number one, you're gonna get you. I know Antonio Pierce is hoping not to have to throw Brock the ball 87 times a season. And tape makes it difficult for all of us. It is just what it is.
Well, what you're hoping is because the tape is the game plan around him, which is what you're going to do. I don't expect him to, because he's on pace to get 100. He's on pace to have 110 catches this year. Full stop. Yep. Because there's nowhere else to throw him the ball. Nowhere else to throw the ball. He's the only big-bodied receiver that they have. They're going to get some more pass catchers. Free agency or in the draft, they're going to get some pass catchers.
Both. If Raiders and the Raiders I don't feel bad for the Raiders. I'm happy they drafted him, but ultimately they sabotaged their own season by never fulfilling the quarterback position. And Jameis was there. I'm going to go to my grave saying Jameis was there.
But that's on purpose. Jameis gets them to number 10 instead of number 2. Which means you have to trade up.
You ain't getting nothing at 2 that's gonna change your season next year.
You ain't get
honestly, you still need 2 quarterbacks.
They are locked in on Shador. And they are not gonna get Shador or Cam Ward at 10. They would have to trade up. And they have money and picks. And it ain't gonna unless somebody becomes available that I don't see who could possibly come available, they're going to go get one of them quarterbacks. So, which means in the free agency, they're going to sign offensive line.
You better go get you a quarterback. If you know what's good for you, you better get your quarterback and let that dude develop. You should, honestly, we finna talk about your boy Kirk in a second. That needs to be his next stop.
He ain't leaving. Kirk ain't leaving. But yeah, we'll get to it. And then finally, before we get to the Falcons,
you ever been evicted?
Yeah, wasn't my fault though.
Okay then.
Stupid roommate.
Did you plan on leaving that day?
Nope.
When they said gather your things, what you do?
Left all their stuff in there and got mine and left.
Exactly, Kirk. They finished. Yeah. Whenever you're ready to talk about Kirk, I'm ready.
Well, before we get to Kirk, I think Kirk is the passing version of Justin Tucker right now. Justin Tucker was the best kicker in the world. Justin Tucker was the best kicker in the world, football place kicker in the world. Wasn't even close. In the NFL. He was the best one for the last, gotta say, at least 5 he was the offensive juggernaut of the Ravens while the Ravens were trying to figure it out.
Correct.
I have never seen somebody. I haven't seen somebody fall off a cliff like this since Marcin Gramatica. Y'all remember Gramatica? The Gramatica brothers? They were both all pros, and they both tore their ACL the same year, and then they just were terrible after that. Couldn't make a kick. This the same thing without the ACL. The Ravens have lost 5 games this year by 22 points.
That boy thinks he is J. Cole, the true fall off.
He has missed 22 points worth of missed kicks, either the field goals and extra points. Is Justin Tucker. He needs a sports psychologist.
No, sometimes once again, what do I say every time we talk about basketball makes and misses?
So average
the misses is gonna show up. The misses is gonna show up,
but not at all at the same time.
Didn't all your make show up at the same time?
We've already put him in the he was already in the Hall of Fame. He was in the Hall of Fame.
Part about it. I mean, is he not now? I'm not ready to have the Justin Tucker Hall of Fame conversation. I don't think that. This is more unfortunate because it's the Ravens. What do you do? Not get Justin Tucker? No, it just sucks.
You gonna let him go, and he gonna end up going to the Chiefs or the Bills, and he gonna kick a game-winning field goal against y'all. Y'all gonna be sick, so you can't let him go. But
I mean, no. At the end of the season, it's gonna be some long, hard looks,
especially if they get eliminated in the first round.
If I'm Lamar, I'm doing too much. Now, Lamar, I think this is all your fault.
Whoa. Why?
Because he never used his influence properly.
For the kicker?
Now, I honestly don't think that. I think that you should have a receiver where you're not worried about it coming, these games being that close.
He missing extra points.
That is a problem, sure, but he's also missing field goals.
You're not gonna score a
And
another receiver not gonna take away field goals. You still gonna kick field goals.
Yeah, but I think that you play a lot of these. If you have a legitimate receiver, these games are not field goal games. And that's just my opinion.
Possibly disagree. They in the second best division in football. Yeah.
With
NFC North.
Cleveland.
It's
Cleveland,
them and Pittsburgh.
Baltimore,
Pittsburgh is the number 2
Steelers.
seed in the AFC.
Yeah, but I mean,
They lost to Cleveland.
the Browns suck.
They lost to
And
Cleveland.
the Steelers are. The Browns suck.
They lost to them. They
And
beat
the
they
Steelers-
beat the Bengals by 3. Do we think the Bengals suck?
Kind of. The Bengals are the same thing we said from the beginning of the season. This roster looks really good, but something here is a fly in the milk. Something is weird, and we were 100% right. We talked about Trey Hendrickson wanting to get out of there. T. Higgins being
That's why I put him at
still having
third.
a
I
great
was like,
season.
man, I don't know what's happening over there.
It doesn't like. I don't care who you are. When it comes to football, the Bengals don't make sense because Jamar Chase and fucking Joe Burrows
He
are.
just had 14 catches for 150 something yards and 2
Exactly.
touchdowns with the game-winning touchdown, and they are 5-8, y'all. They're better than the Falcons. They will kill the Falcons today. They are better than the Falcons.
But I don't even know how to quantify why they suck so bad, but they do suck.
Trey Henderson
pay us to do that.
is a top
They pay us to
5.
give opinions.
Trey Henderson is a top 5 defense. We're going to get to, I promise you, getting to the Falcons. Trey Henderson is a top 5 defensive end. I think he's top 3 in sacks behind TJ Watt and one other person. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow are top 2 in receivers and quarterbacks. I think Joe Burrow, and they might be 1 apiece. T. Higgins is
Yeah.
back healthy, and he's really good.
Oh, they say he is going to be the highest touted free agent next year, period. And I'm like, might be right.
Yeah. You know where he about to go. Patrick Mahomes already locked in for 50. Right on over there to Kansas City. You be receiver number 1, Denard Hopkins at number 2. Travis Kelce may play another year. Or they going to trade a draft pick or a defensive player for... Nope. I know what they're going to do. They're going to trade a draft pick or a defensive player for Kyle Pitts. If I'm Kansas City, that's what I do. And go win 7 more championships. Kyle Pitts,
He's
T. Higgins, and Denard
already-
Hopkins, and a
he's
fast
already
person.
locked in. Kelsey not retiring at the end of the season. And why would you? Ain't they undefeated?
They got 1 loss.
Oh, you're
But-
right. You think I'm going to retire? And we had a... Hey, Pat, you trying to run this back? Me too. Me too.
Yep. All right, so we talked about the Eagles already. They won because Xavier Leggett dropped the ball. A guy that bet $3 million on the Eagles to win. I don't even know what the payout could be for you to pick the Eagles over the Panthers. The payout has to be $3 million. Like, you have to just get your money back, basically. Like, the odds can't be
you
that
probably,
crazy.
You got 3. Yeah, they can't be that crazy. If you bet $3 million, you probably win like, say, $150K, maybe $1 million. But
Well,
I think that.
you almost lost. You almost lost $3 million.
But you didn't. You sleep all right.
And then Saquon Barkley breaks LaShawn McCoy's single season rushing record. Shout out to the Giants once again. Y'all flying banners over talking about sell the team, and Saquon out there for only $2 million more has this team playing out of their mind.
Giants, y'all are the stupidest organization. Let's just talk about the city of New York as a whole. You're looking real dumb in the face.
Yeah.
Giants,
Desperate.
terrible. Jets, terrible. Yankees, lost Soto.
Mets.
Mets.
Paid Soto.
Overpaid for Soto. What is y'all doing?
Brooklyn.
The-
Boo Boo. The Knicks. Y'all trying to figure it out. Might have self-sabotage.
Right.
I
New
don't.
York?
The Long Islanders. I don't know about hockey, but I'm assuming that they bad too, because y'all not good at anything else.
The city of New York needs to think long and hard.
Yeah, you listen, that whole mid-Atlantic Northeast region. Because we talked about DC. Y'all y'all need to follow suit, Washington.
DC. I ain't even as crazy as that sounds. I'm not lumping y'all in there. The city of New York is Gotham.
Yeah, it's bad.
No bad.
All right. So we talked about the Eagles. We're not gonna get too far into it. We are now.
Oh, one more thing before we talk about the Falcons.
Go ahead while I pull up everything. You got it.
I told y'all so about them Eagles. The Eagles are a sham and a scam. Everybody, and by everybody, this was Reggie. Reggie said that they was good. I said, no, my eye test says that they're mediocre. They're still mediocre today. If you're in a dogfight with the Panthers and you not a one-loss team,
Nah, don't throw it. Woo! Hey, y'all,
I tell y'all,
see this the goalpost.
And I heard that when you opened it.
That's the goalpost right there.
I heard the boom. I said, oh, okay.
I'm off tomorrow.
No.
I'm off on Tuesday.
I say I hate that. I hate that. Hate. But I'll tell y'all every week, it's certain people you can't compare yourself to. Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, 1 and 2. Whatever they're doing, don't think that you can't do that.
Who's better, the Eagles or the Bills?
Bills.
Out of your mind. I think the Eagles defense is insane. The Eagles defense is insane. Jalen Carter and what's his name? Him and Cooper, Ebony and Ivory, because I can't remember their names. Ebony and Ivory out there, and the other one, Quinyon Mitchell. Them Ebony and Ivory, it's easier. Them two, along with, and they just plug and play. And Nakobe Dean, they got 6 players on defense 5 players on defense that are good, and they plug and play everybody else. And let me tell you, it's working. But that offense, AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts don't like each other, which is crazy because they were friends, and it's now known that they don't like each other.
Well, there's this guy who has this podcast, and this is their 170th episode. And that guy told you, hey, you shouldn't pay Jalen Hurts all that money, because when you pay him all that money, you're going to then not have the same weapons that he had before. Now, and once you pay him, the expectation is for him to compensate for the players that you no longer have because you're paying him.
What weapons did they lose?
Their offensive line ain't the same.
Shitting me. It's the exact same, actually. It's the exact same.
Well, it's definitely not the exact same because Kelsey's not there. But for me,
he retired. Okay, he retired. They ain't lose nobody because out of free agency.
Yeah, but I mean, retirement or not, you lose him, you got to replace him.
That doesn't support your point, though. They did replace him. They're the number 4 team on offense. They're the number 4 off. Let me see. I think it was 4. Might have been 6. They're a top 10 offensive team.
Jalen Hurts was and is an overpay. I said day one he was an overpay. I said that you should leave some of that money, and you didn't. So now I don't want to hear nothing. Him and AJ Brown don't get along. Well, take some of that money out your pocket and give it to him so he shuts up.
Give it to who? AJ?
I don't care.
No, you just trade AJ. Maybe. Remember, AJ getting paid $100-something million too. You can go get somebody.
Oh! You think the answer is trade AJ Brown? How the last team work out after they traded AJ Brown?
Oh no, they didn't have the Eagles. They didn't have everything that the Eagles had.
No. But trade him then.
Yeah.
Trade him. I dare you to trade him. Then you'll really see how good Jalen Brown is. I mean, Jalen Hurts is there.
You will.
Do it.
Because remember,
Do
they're
it.
playing right now. They don't have Devontae, what's his name? Devontae Smith. He been out, what, 3-4 games? That's a big piece that's missing.
I don't want to hear that because Baker and Tampa Bay they did it without Godwin and they did it without Mike Evans.
They lost.
Out there with Cade. Yes, but barely. They were fighting without their wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 and then playing with some nobodies. And I mean, let's be real. They're in the front. They're at the top of the NFC South.
That ain't because of them.
But this is what I'm saying is
It ain't because of them.
I don't care what happens to the Eagles. I predicted this. I knew it was eventual. And now I'm just here to watch and see it happen. I wish you could bring up the Elmo with the fire. That's how I feel about this situation. It was only a matter of time before this exploded.
Mind you, he's talking about this. They are 11-2. Mind you, he's saying all of this, and they are 11-2.
Just like the Steelers. Steelers have got a good record. They're a mediocre team with a good record.
I think Pittsburgh. Well, we're gonna see because they play each other Sunday. So the Steelers and the Eagles.
Battle of the mid, ladies and
They
gentlemen.
play each other Sunday. But
Imposter Bowl. Imposter Bowl. Imposter
so
Bowl.
you saying there's only one good team in the NFC? Then there's only one good team.
Yeah, I think that I've said that a bunch of times. Parity has been. It's been more
That is
even.
the opposite of parity. If there's one team in a whole conference that's good, that's literal opposite of parity.
Well, not technically. If everybody is just mostly kind of good, then yeah.
No, you said mid. So see what I mean?
Yes, the quality state of being equal or equivalent. The majority of the teams in the NFC are equal. That is parity.
No, they aren't. Okay, in your eyes.
Wait, so are you telling me that the majority of teams in the NFC are not equal?
I think there are 3 good teams.
You a lie. You a lie.
You got Detroit. You got
Hold on.
Philly.
You got 3 good teams in the NFC North. How do you have only 3 good teams?
Okay, 4 teams. 4 teams. 4 teams. No. It's 4. It's 4 because I don't necessarily believe in Minnesota. I don't believe in Minnesota.
Segue to the Falcons.
Exactly. That's why I did it. But I don't believe in Minnesota. They beat the Falcons, the Giants, the hurt 49ers. They beat the Jets. They lost to the Rams. They beat the Colts. No Anthony Richardson. They beat the Jaguars 12-7. They beat the Titans. They beat the Bears. They beat the Cardinals, and they beat the Bears. They ain't really beat nobody. That's why I don't necessarily believe in them. So if the same argument that you make about not beating anybody, not doing this, you did the same thing with the Eagles last week. You literally did the exact same thing. It's the same thing that I do with the Vikings. I don't think the Vikings are good. With that being said, I know who's bad. It's the Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons had the teams with the most at stake. If we had won this game, which I had us winning because they had Scam Darnold, they would have had.
I call him that anymore.
Not after we made it. We the slump busters. After we had a 77%. Hold on. Let me get through there. 77% chance to win the division if we had won. We lost. So now we have a 46% chance, and the Buccaneers have a 65% chance of winning. So we knew what was at stake when we got in the game. Kirk Cousins threw. I don't even know what graphic you want me to pull up of mid. Kirk Cousins.
No, go back. No. Go back to the one where that one right there. Then hit the no. Go back. Now hit the little side arrow right there. That's the one.
Kirk Cousins. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Kirk Cousins in the last 4 games has thrown 8. Count them, 8, not touchdowns. 8 interceptions and 0 touchdowns. I'm going to say that again. Kirk Cousins has thrown 8 interceptions and 0 touchdowns. It is one of the worst 4-game issues or 4-game runs that you could have at a quarterback. It's actually very awful. So, Kirk Cousins has been bad. He threw another 2 interceptions. And the thing about this game is we were in the game. Kirk Cousins threw that first interception at the end of the second quarter, and I was like, oh, this is when it's about to get away from us. He threw an interception. They returned it down into the red zone. They scored a touchdown. We'll get to the defense again. They kicked the ball off. Ray McCloud fumbles the kickoff. They score another touchdown. All of a sudden,
after having a really good game,
he had a great game.
For Ray because he played his ass off
and we lost. We ended up going down instead of being tied because we were about to take the lead. We were tied and about to take the lead. Instead of that, we ended up. Then we had a 3-and-out, and they scored again. Justin Jefferson and just ran around circles around our defense, and they were up 21 points going into the fourth quarter. It went from 10-10, 17-14, somewhere in there, to like 35-14. Immediate, 35-13 or something like that. Immediate, within 5 minutes. All because of Kirk Cousins.
All right, so click the left arrow there, please. Left. I want to go back. That right? No, right there. All right. Raheem Morris on if he would consider starting Michael Penix. Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. This is the second week in a row that Raheem Morris has had to tell the world that Kirk Cousins is a quarterback.
I'm gonna let you get
if
all
your
this
head
off, 'cause
coach,
I got a lot to say. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
If your coach has to consistently remind the rest of the world that you're the head, that you're the starting QB, that's a sign. That is for sure a sign, and not a good sign. It's a sign that your time, what they say when you buy a woman a watch, your time is almost up. When you buy a pair of shoes, she's going to walk out on you. Kirk is bad. And Raheem, I like you. I support you. No, I like you. I'm not sure if I support you. If you don't, you're on mute.
Let's see, y'all. Appreciate you for following, and subscribing. Y'all make sure y'all tune in.
I'm here.
There he is. Fired you was the last thing you said.
Yes. So if they fire you, bro. You haven't done enough. In Tampa Bay, like I said, they lost Godwin, they lost Mike Evans, and continued to play competitively. We haven't been the most healthy, but we've had more health than them. So if you lose, it's on you. And Raheem, your strategy ain't great. Your play calling, Zach Robinson, ain't great. Your execution and just your football ain't great. You're playing from a space of trying to hold it in the road instead of trying to win. And the lack of killer instinct is now costing you. I remember one of them drives, we punted the ball to gain like 7 yards.
No.
Made no
sense. We lost fucking 7 yards. We punted the ball, down the ball at the 13. They did some stupid ass shit, and we ended up taking the penalty to make it 4th and 1. And then we went and then decided to try to draw them off sides, and then burned the timeout, and then punted the ball, and it went into the end zone, and they got the ball at the 20 instead of the 13. Stupid ass. I'm sorry. That was stupid. Stupid.
You have too many of those type of things. Now, Kirk Cousins, this is the reason that they structured this contract the way that they did. You have not thrown a touchdown in a month. Now, I know at my job, we have deliverables. And I need to deliver on those consistently. Back on mute.
Weekly.
And I don't know. I can't bump for you if you go a month and don't throw a touchdown. Percentage, 2,500 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 33 sacks, 8 fumbles, 6 fumbles lost, 15 turnovers. Kirk, you. Same thing. Now, I give you a little bit of credit because you're also mentoring, doing some leadership things that we were never going to get out of Ritter and Heineke. But they were at 62%. You're at 68%. You got an extra 500 yards, which was that one really good game that you played. 17 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. You got more interceptions. You have more interceptions than Taylor Heineke and Desmond Ritter.
I understand this graphic. I think it's one-sided. I don't think it's fair because they're also playing in an Arthur Smith offense. And also Desmond Ritter is mobile. Kirk Cousins is not. So a lot of Desmond Ritter stuff, a lot of Kirk Cousins, they are bad reads, but it's a lot more because he can't move. So if it's not his first read, he's stuck. He panics. Like, he is more planted than Tom. He needs to go sit with Tom Brady and be like, yo, how did you move in the pocket? Your Achilles don't affect you to move 8 feet to the left, to the right, to the front, to the back.
I get what you're saying, but for me, this is not about like them two versus him. It's that we paid a lot more money to get very similar results. And as much as I didn't love Arthur Smith, I mean, is Zach Robinson, Raheem Morris really doing that much better?
Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. I told y'all about Zach Robinson. First off, I'm going to get in my bag because I tried to be positive because I'm a Falcons fan and I'm optimistic. I tried to be, when I said, I told y'all from the get-go, I didn't understand why the fuck we signed Kirk Cousins. I told y'all from the get-go. I said, this shit don't make no sense. Norwood talked me into it. He said, hey, no. Okay, we signed him. He's going to get all this money in the first part. We're going to get a lot of money. Cool. Then we drafted Michael Penix. Let me tell you something. I like Michael Penix. I think if he can stay healthy, he's probably the best quarterback in that draft. It didn't make sense with allocating all of that money to Kirk Cousins to then draft a quarterback because you needed to address other positions, and you allocated so much money to him that you could not address other positions. And you fucking tampered. You tampered with somebody who nobody else was going after. It's not like it was 10 teams. It was you and the Vikings. And you tampered. This ain't on nobody else but you, Terry Fontenot. This is who I blame. I don't blame Raheem Morris. I don't blame Zach because you are the one that did this. You tampered with Kirk Cousins, got us losing draft picks. You then used a draft pick. We had the number 8 draft pick, a lottery pick. Jared Verse is probably going to be defensive player of the year, if rookie of the year, if not for Quinyon Mitchell or Latu or Cooper DeJean. It's one of them 4. Let me tell you who was available at number 8. All 4 of them motherfuckers. They was all available. Didn't draft none of them. You didn't draft. You could have even traded back. You could have even traded back to 10. Nope, I'm going to finish. Let me finish. You did that. You then did not address the second corner. You brought in Mike Hughes, who has been generally a off-ball safety or nickelback his entire career at Buffalo. You bring in Mike Hughes. D. Alford, cool. I like him. He's a good nickelback. You didn't do nothing. You brought in, for the defense, your boy that don't play well. The dude that came from New England. I'll think of it in a second. You brought him in. Off an Achilles tear. The motherfucker ain't good. He's not good. Matthew Judon, that's what I'm thinking of. Off an Achilles tear. He has no explosiveness. You didn't add anything. You added nobody else. You didn't add no defensive ends. At the trade deadline, there were 5 defensive ends and 2 cornerbacks that were available, and you got none of them. 0. You didn't add nobody. Talking about, well, we had a trade in place for Azeez Ojulari, but who's coming off an ACL tear, by the way. But the Giants didn't put in the paperwork. Fuck that. No. There were so many other people. Let me finish. There were so many other people that you could have gotten. This is on nobody else, and I hate to do this because y'all know I'm for the blacks. But Terry Fontenot, every move you have or have not made since of the offseason has not panned out. You are literally 0 for 5. There is no other move. Not one.
See, I put this more on Raheem and Zach.
You hired Raheem.
Raheem is he's milquetoast to me. Just bland. He's supposed to be these connectors of humans. I'm not seeing the connection.
Looks lost.
Zach Robinson, we tried. That ain't the answer. We have too many weapons for this not to work.
And you don't even use Tyler Algier. I'm going to put myself on mute because I'm going to do this a lot.
That does piss me off. And I've said it every year. I think that Tyler Algier should be RB1. I think that Bijan, we should, especially with what we're not doing with Kyle Pitts, Bijan needs to be in the slot a lot more. This offense is the offense is trash. It looked good those couple weeks that Kirk threw for 400, 500 yards. But outside of that, it's middling. Middling at best.
Misappropriation of funds. Misappropriation of funds. Misappropriation of funds. Misappropriation of funds.
Judon, I don't know why Atlanta loves to get the guys who are over the hill and try to get. I mean, we did it with Calais. We just continuously do it. I mean, honestly, for all of this, we probably could have kept Bud Dupree,
who had 2 sacks, by the way, against the Chiefs.
It's so frustrating because I have 2 teams who have 2 positions that no matter what happens in life, they just won't ever fix them. The Atlanta Falcons will just never be able to get a defensive end. I don't know what we did in any past life for anybody in the organization.
Put down them churches. You know what we did? We built Mercedes. And she said, whatever
right
you do
won't
be. She said it. She went just like that to the camera. And that we have not been the same. We went 28-3 and we ain't been the same since. I'm telling you, it's that lady. And I don't wish death on nobody, but it's gonna be a long time. She healthy too.
Just the Atlanta Hawks will not, in a reasonable manner, address the backup point guard position, and in both of those places, leaves us with massive gaping holes in our game where we just cannot finish. We can't, and I want to say that the pass rush has improved recently.
They were good.
The last 2 games, they finally showed up. Now, it's probably...
You got Lorenzo. You got a lot of people back healthy. But that's the fucking par for the course. We ain't never had a complete game.
Exactly.
He never had no goddamn complete game.
It's a dot like...
Cussing and shit.
And that is on Raheem Morris. You can't be coaching on one side and then the other side just go to shit.
You can't come out of the goddamn bye week and score 10 points and throw 4 interceptions. You can't do that under the bye week. They ain't had no receiver. They only had Ladd McConkey, who is or is not good, depending on who you talk to. They only had 1 receiver, and we lost 17-10. 1.
We almost lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with no receivers. What are you talking about? Cade Otton almost beat us.
What was y'all get? I told you, you reap what you sow. You didn't get the defensive end. I said it at the beginning of the season. I said you didn't draft the second cornerback. I said it at free agency. I said, hey, you got to do something. You got to add something, and you decided to stand pat. This is what you get, Terry. This is what you get. You going to get fired. You going to get fired.
Hey, Raheem, let me tell you, if I can tell you anything in this little bit of time that you may or may not have left, go out in the blaze of glory. That scary shit is not working for you. That tentative, timid, you look scared, you look shook. Play to win. That's one thing I love about Dan Campbell is playing to win every damn time.
Every play. Every 4th and 1, we in field goal range. We run it. I want to take their soul. I don't want to just win the game. I want to take their soul. That's what I'm talking about, dog.
Falcons play not to lose. Dan Campbell got the Lions playing to punch you in the damn face.
And you know what's crazy about this game? You brought it up earlier. I'm trying to make sure we stay on track because I could really go off, but I'm really trying to hold my tongue because my daughter's asleep. Sam Darnold had 5 TDs today. Kirk Cousins had 0. I'm sorry, Sunday. Today's Monday. They both threw for the exact same amount of yardage and the exact same completions. 22 of 28, 23 of 37. 1 threw 2 interceptions, 1 threw 5 touchdowns. Not a big difference. It's just execution. Raheem Morris and Jimmy. If it ain't, I can stomach taking Zach Robinson as offensive coordinator next year, because I do think when he's right, it's right, but when it's wrong and it's bad. Kirk Cousins just can't move.
For me. It's too wrong.
I don't know if I can take Jimmy Lake anymore at defensive coordinator. He is awful. I've seen more regression in our defense. What the fuck? I ain't even got it pulled up. I'm pulling it up. Our DBs were running in circles. You know how when your controller your controller go dead?
Wait. I know exactly what that. Go to damn D. That's that one.
You know when your controller goes dead when you playing Madden and you do a spin move and it just be spinning because the controller dead like this. That's exact. Look, I'm telling y'all, D. Alford, and this was not the first time. Now I will say it was a breakdown on the defense, but look at that. You got because he was playing zone. But watch this. Where did he? Where were you turning to?
First of all, y'all don't know when he opened his hips, he's gonna backpedal back away from the ball. Look, he took a step back and then said, "Oh,
but the ball is in the air."
Right.
The ball is in the air here.
Anytime that your back is to the man who you're supposed to be covering, it's over.
Dog.
Now, I will say, and I still believe it, and I think that he should be available. Ryan Nielsen, come on back. Come on home. Come on home. Come on home. I know you don't like it in Jacksonville. We will get you a new crib in Atlanta.
That shit, dog. My nigga is on all fours, dog. And I done said the N-word. If you're listening, we got 30 viewers. I'm sorry. I don't normally use that amongst the company, but we here. He's on all fours and looking like where you supposed to be. And they baited you because Jesse Bates. And what's frustrating about Jimmy Lake? I'm starting now. What's frustrating about Jimmy Lake, y'all? Jimmy Lake. Minnesota didn't do nothing special. They ain't pull out no trick plays. All they did was motion Justin Jefferson away from AJ Terrell. That's all they did the whole game. Motion Justin Jefferson away from AJ Terrell. Touchdown. Motion Jefferson away from AJ Terrell. Touchdown. Okay, you gonna put AJ Terrell on Justin Jefferson? Motion Jordan Addison away from AJ Terrell. Touchdown. Motion Jordan Addison. Mike Hughes. They benched Mike Hughes in the second quarter. Brought him back because we suck. Benched him in the third quarter. Brought him back and benched him in the fourth quarter. I ain't never seen nobody get benched in 3 quarters in one game.
I feel so bad for AJ Terrell.
Sign that big ass contract.
It's like no. I feel bad for him because he's handcuffed.
Stuck.
Wherever I am, but this is the thing as a coach. You have to figure that out by halftime. Wherever he is, they're not throwing the ball. Well,
what in the fuck is there to figure out? You didn't get no quarterback. You ain't draft nobody. You ain't get nobody in free agency. There's nothing to figure out. I like Clark Phillips. Dwight Phillips. What's his name? Clark Phillips. I like Clark Phillips. He's a nickelback. Him and D. Alford should fuse together like anime and become one really good nickelback. That's what they should be. You still ain't getting no cornerback number 2.
He gotta go. He's got to go. He had
Mike Hughes is 32.
I'm okay with Clark Phillips. Hughes gotta go.
I said everything I said. Go. See, and y'all, this is God talking to me in my ear hole right now. He told me, be steadfast in your convictions and don't waver. Quoted it as in the Bible. And I literally was like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kirk Cousins going to pan out. We don't really need to get another corner because we going to address the pass rush. I said it in the summer. I said it at the beginning of the year. I said it at free agency 3 times, and I still ain't believe myself. And lo and behold, every week since then, I've been saying it. The moves that you did not make are kicking your ass on the field. You know who else got better? The Bills. You know who got better? The Eagles. You know, even though their defense has gotten better, I ain't gonna say their offense. Their defense got better. You know who else got better? The goddamn Lions. The Lions are the #1 team in the league, and they added to the pass rush after they got hurt. They added. They got Zadarius Smith, who had 2 sacks on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. They lost Aiden Hutchinson, and it's like,
Who?
sorry.
Who? And the crazy thing is, you can't say who because he's probably the #3 defensive end in the league right now. Defensive lineman in the league. But you can't say who. But the way they playing, you're like, oh, I forgot. I ain't gonna lie to you. I watched the Lions last weekend, and I forgot Aiden Hutchinson wasn't playing.
Correct. I mean, at this point, me and Reggie, if y'all haven't figured it out by now, pissed off with the Falcons.
Fuck 'em.
There's not really a good answer because it's just disappointment. It's not hate. It's not anger. It's just, what are y'all doing? Now I am
Fired.
Reggie. I do think that
I am.
Kirk,
Reincarnated.
Kirk, you probably make it.
Oh, yeah.
You might make it to next season, but you won't make it through the second half of next season.
Boy, you might not make it to January, and we are December 10th.
Now, see, I don't want this. I don't want to stick Michael Penix in now
You say
in this situation. I don't want to ruin him in a team that, like, I don't want to make it like he's got to be the savior at this point. Like, hey, come save us. I don't think that's fair. I don't like that at all. I think that if this is the horse that got you to the dance, you was sticking with him when y'all was up. Then ride the horse out and make a decision at the end of the season. Michael Penix Jr., bide your time, but don't take this BS. Also, we gotta fix the offensive line, and the problem has always been there. We're a good run blocking team. We're not a good pass blocking team, and it makes it difficult to justify that we don't really have that great of offensive line because you're like, oh, well, y'all run block very well. Now, a lot of it is you can send the house at Kirk because you know he can't move.
He gonna be on that spot. He gonna be on that spot no matter what. That's all they did second half. They just blitzed the whole. Brian Flores said, "Forget it."
I also want to be clear. Like, Michael Penix Jr. has had some kind of devastating injuries,
but he can move.
He can, but I would rather us fix the offensive line pass blocking and let him do what he does well, which is sit in the pocket and throw ropes.
Or you can take the 2 running backs that you have and actually use them complementary and then run your play action versus on 2nd and 20 running a play action pass. What the fuck you talking about? You gonna do is 2nd and 20 play action pass. They blitzed everybody. Van Ginkel.
I'm so tired of them not putting. If I could get to Raheem Morris and just have a real conversation, he probably wouldn't like the conversation we're gonna have, number one. But, bro, I'm gonna tell you, black man to black man, put all the good players on the field at the same time. Put all it don't serve you anymore to not play Algier and Bijan Robinson at the same time. If Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Tyler Algier, and Bijan Robinson are not on the field at the same time, then you're wasting your time. And Ray McLeod. I'm sorry, Kyle Pitts.
Or Charlie Warner.
Charlie Warner is the tight end number 1. And I think that the time when Kyle Pitts has run its course.
Terry Fontenot's first draft pick, by the way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I get it. I don't hate that pick. I saw what you wanted to do. It just was never
when it
executed
3
properly.
when the number 3, he was the number 3 pick, right? That's why you
5.
hate
It's
that.
either 5 or 7. It was 5 or 7.
That's why you hate that pick. That's why you
No,
hate that.
no,
Pick. Yes.
I don't. Oh, and Kyle Pitts has mostly just been a disappointment, but I understand why you picked him. He just is. He kind of.
He ain't got the want
He,
to. He ain't got the want to.
He
He made
oddly
it.
oddly enough reminds me of DeAndre Ayton, where it's like you look the part, but
And you-
don't play the part. You let Brock Bauer show up. You let Sam Laporta show
You
up.
let Charlie Warner and what's the other dude that just left? That just went to Miami.
Yeah, I know you're talking about him, Arthur Smith's favorite.
Yeah. Now shout out to you. Now we may have to apologize to Arthur Smith because we was cussing him out. Why he ain't giving the ball to? He may have seen something. Jonnu Smith.
No. Yes, John.
Them-
Now Arthur Smith. No, I didn't forget about you. What you did, I don't want back. But Kyle Pitts, if they move out in a different direction, you know who Kyle Pitts is to me? Cam Reddish.
Mhm.
They gave you a chance.
That first
they gave
year.
you chance after chance after chance after chance. I feel differently about people who, if you weren't given a chance because of something, you were given every chance in the world. You had one good season with Matt Ryan, and that's been it. You don't block. You drop too many passes. You not out there doing the other parts of the game well enough. No, I'm sorry. You're not, and you're a Gator. You're not a tough football player. You're not a mean football player. You're not a killer. You're not a leader. You not it.
You're a damn
And
Mullen
it
Gator.
pains me to say that. Yeah.
He agreed because I was right, but it you let a bulldog come and take your spot. Charlie Warner is the best tight end right now. He made a catch against Minnesota. I was like, oh, they're gonna start throwing you the ball more. And he played fullback / tight end. I was like, oh, okay.
And he's gonna be cheaper. And I don't have to pay him a ton of money.
Now
Kyle, you're gone.
it sucks because we should have traded you at the trade deadline if that's what we were gonna do. Because I think Cincinnati offered us a 3rd round pick for you, if I'm not mistaken.
You're non-existent.
But it is what it is.
I hate to say that about our team, but like let's look at him. Vikings, 1 reception, 14 yards. Chargers, 0. Broncos, 1 reception. For the season, 36 receptions, 508 yards, 3 touchdowns.
I'm gonna put 50% on him, 25% on Kirk because that Chargers game. I mean, he threw 4 interceptions. Zach Robinson, dog. Oh, also, wait, let's stop here because I want to throw this in here because I told you it was gonna happen.
No, but they
hold on.
cut
I
the
told you it was gonna happen. I said it, and you said hell no in the last segment. And I'm gonna read this out loud so I can see your face. Duke's starting quarterback Malik Murphy plans to enter the transfer portal after leading Duke to the 9-3 season. 10:30 p.m. released by Bleacher Report, ESPN, and On3. Told you. I told you.
He also only needs 3 touchdowns to break a Duke passing record, which is crazy because ain't that where Daniel Jones went to school?
Yeah. Scam. I tell you, man, it's good to be white.
Never been good. It's so many.
Oh, it's good to be white. You ain't got to do nothing. Could you imagine? You know what it's like to just exist and be thought of as superior, as just exist. Daniel Jones ain't do nothing. He is a 4.5 40 running. Could you imagine if a black quarterback ran a 4.5 and had his stats in college, and they would be like, "Oh, he's great." No, you would say, "Oh, he's going to the UFL." That's what you get.
He has never been good. And how you never been good and then get a contract is mind blowing. The last time you was good was high school. That's crazy.
Was he good in high school?
least-
I'm sure we could Google it. He's it ain't like
cares?
he ain't go to now. How good was he?
Clearly not that good, but at least Trevor Lawrence is good at Clemson. I've seen Trevor Lawrence be good before.
Was he? Hindsight, I'm about to pull a Norwood. Was he? Or was he surrounded by literally everybody? He was surrounded by everybody. T. Higgins.
Well, they love everybody.
Travis Etienne. The whole defensive line got drafted. You remember that whole Christian Wilkins and all that whole D line got drafted.
That was the boy doing the split.
Hey, we ain't heard from you out there in Oakland either, or L.A. I'm sorry, Las Vegas, wherever they are. They've been in four places in 3 years.
They didn't re-sign any of those guys back. But
Cleveland Farrell.
At the end of the day, we're done here.
Fuck 'em.
Falcons. Yeah, Falcons do or don't do whatever you want to.
You went mute.
Fire you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they gonna fire you anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the football segment. We're upset. Well, hold on. Before we do that, who the Falcons play next? On Monday Night Football, we play the Brock Bowers Raiders. The Las Vegas Bowers is who we play. With no quarterback. If we lose this game, you gonna have to bench Kirk Cousins. If we lose this game, you have to bench him. You have to. You can't lose this game.
Reggie. If we lose this game, Raheem Morris, you need to bench yourself.
Think so?
It's over. Yeah. You lose to the Raiders and Aiden O'Connell's leg fell off.
Literally. They just moved him. He had to be carted off in an air cast, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. If you can't beat the Raiders, hey.
And the Raiders can run the ball. That dude, Sincere McCormick, was kicking the Chiefs' ass. The Raiders should have won that game.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you lose to the Raiders and they fire you, you fire. You fired ass, son. Good luck.
They're not gonna fire. They're not gonna fire Raheem after year one unless they want to go get Belichick, which would just be just.
Oh, you want to know? You want to know what the irony of this is? You know who's gonna be the quarterback for the Raiders? I just thought about it and I looked again.
Who?
Desmond Ridder.
400 yards. 4 touchdowns, and a total.
Oh no. You drunk now. now, like we're not gonna do that either. Now we know Dez. If anybody know Dez, we know Dez.
We just had a whole graphic of how we got Dez and Kurt. They're the same person.
Yeah, but Dez threw the ball on his back.
Barrel roll, Dez. Nope, that was not Dez. That was Marcus Mariota. Don't do Dez like that. Dez just threw it to the other team every time.
Well, I mean, that's what our quarterbacks love to do. All right, man. Hey, the Hawks have had a good run, so we're gonna talk about that.
All right. We'll be back in 30 seconds. We're back. Hey, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to our basketball segment. Episode 170.
Yeah, add that in post.
Yeah, whatever.
Add it in post.
So we got the Hawks. The Hawks up until yesterday.
No. Start with my team. You see it?
Oh. Norwood hates men's basketball unless it's about Florida. Florida is the number 9 team in the nation.
Baseball. What you talking about?
Is the number 9 team in the nation. You got it. Go ahead. I don't know nothing about this. They got a 7'9" dude. Ain't he 7?
He never plays.
Ain't he like 7'9" though? He like 7 something.
He's so tall, and they show clips of him every day. And he's so tall that he looks like he's playing on a Fisher-Price goal. It just happens to be 10 feet tall. Is he ever going to play or be good? No.
All I know is in warm-ups, he missed 2 layups in a row at the rim. And I said, boy, you don't even got to jump to touch above the rim. How do you miss that?
I was laughing. Me and my brother was laughing because I was like, "You got the 7-footer." He's like, "Yo, I know he sucks," and I was like, "All right, he does." But he's 7'9", but he's terrible. But I am excited. The real thing here is Florida's ranked number 9 in the AP top 10. They're undefeated. They're playing really good basketball. I I'm excited.
Are they?
Now the top.
Who's the top? Who's the leading
Yeah.
scorer?
Wait. Hold on. So I'm gonna cover the top 10. Like I'm really about to say, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all the top 10. Ready? Like the AP top 10, which is kind of crazy that there are so many SEC schools at the top of this thing. Tennessee, Auburn at 2, Iowa State at 3, Duke at 4, Kentucky at 5, Marquette at 6, Alabama at 7, Gonzaga at 8, and Florida at 9, Kansas, who just lost at 10. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams, 5 SEC teams in the top 10.
What happened to the
This is
ACC? There's only one ACC team in there, and the ACC is supposed to be the basketball conference. Where's Virginia? Where's Clemson? Where's North Carolina? Where's North Carolina State? What happened to Wake Forest? Where's Georgia Tech and Stoudemire actually get more press than all of y'all? What is happening?
Oh, you know what's happening. And you know, out of all the people, even though Kirby Smart gave it to him this weekend, George Sankey is thrilled. The
Report.
SEC is just the top.
The Patriots are prepared to offer the moon to T. Higgins.
Smart.
And they're going to draft
Yes.
Travis Hunter.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Right there. Right there. T. Higgins, Travis, Christian Gonzalez, and then Mayo will be like, you know what? And let's be real.
They're going to mess around and get
I'll get
Ashton
Kyle
Genty.
Pitts.
You could probably get Kyle Pitts and still draft Ashton Genty, too.
I'm not taking Ashton Genty.
Why?
I can find me a running back. I'm taking me a run. I can find.
You think
know
Genty's a
what?
first-round draft pick? We here now. We ain't talking about basketball no more. Well, we are. We don't get back to basketball because we got to talk about the Hawks
Yes.
because they actually
Yes.
did it.
But let me tell you, if it's me, they can shake shit up. Oh, you got to draft Travis. So you can't get Genty and Travis.
That's what I'm saying. You think Genty is a first-round draft pick?
Yes. But
Why?
mid to late.
Then you could trade back up because you're going to have a top 5 pick in the second round, which is basically another first-round pick.
You would probably have to trade 2.
To what?
Now, 2 seconds.
Or you
I
just
would
trade a
trade
player
this
in a
year's-
second.
Now, so my answer is Ted McMillan. You could get Ted McMillan and T. Higgins, and you have a receiving core on day one. 100%. I think that, see, this is the reason the old boy, Skedaddle, whatever his name was, who says he's the best running back. Now, I might take you in the second, third round. I might be interested in there for you.
Yeah, the old regime
Or-
do like them white running backs too.
Or, I mean, let's be real. Are the Falcons going to extend Algier?
He's still in the contract for another year, I believe. But no.
Yeah.
And I request a trade anyway. Whatever my contract is, trade me. I don't want to be here.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, you're not using me, and give me a second or third round pick. Now, Terry Fontenot can say, I found one Tyler Algier, I can find another. And that may or may not be reasonable. But I mean, if I'm the Patriots, if I get Tyler Algier, Ted McMillan, and T. Higgins for Drake May, then we have an offense. The defense is good.
Dawg, they talking about the Nuggets about to trade Jamal Murray for De'Aaron Fox. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling, so we all over the place.
You're
Why not?
drunk.
No, I'm reading. It's right here.
Why would Sacramento take Murray for Fox?
Draft pick. Throwing picks.
What? You want you want a second round pick?
Mm-hmm. They
'Cause
said it's the
Nuggets gonna
favorite.
win the championship
They
with
said
Fox.
that's the if they were to trade Murray, that's the trade that everybody's predicting will happen.
Okay, all right. Now we're okay. Are we done with this?
I'm done with football.
Because now we can go back. Okay. So yeah, throw that football. You have to clip that and throw that back in football. I'm not trading Murray for Fox because the Denver Nuggets pick is going to be the last pick because they're going to win a championship.
You think so this year?
With De'Aaron Fox, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and
Yeah.
for sure.
You got old Westbrook and young Westbrook on the same team.
And Westbrook. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Never in a million years would I give up my crown jewel asset for Jamal Murray, who's not. It's not like I'm not going to get a good pick, and I'm also like not getting out of a contract anytime soon. That's literally the worst of both worlds.
Best of. Nope, never mind.
Wait. Did you look at this?
No, I
You wanna know
literally.
what Jamal Murray get? Jamal Murray gets his money goes up. He gets $50 million next year. The year after that, $54 million. The year after that, $58 million. The year after that, $62 million.
What does what's the name get?
It's close to that. De'Aaron Fox contract, 5 years, $163 million.
That's 50.
It's the same thing. Now you got to re-sign Fox, but you're going to sign him for 50. You're going to sign him for the same thing that you're paying Murray. 54, 58, 60.
You probably have to
There's
look
literally
at.
no reason to do this.
You probably have to look at age and all of that stuff. But I'm just telling you, I literally was like, that's interesting. So that's why I said it.
That's not interesting to me at all. If the Nuggets are able to do that to Sacramento, I'm gonna assume that
The
somebody
fix is in, just like I think it's in football already. But we'll get there.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's a world where you would trade a younger asset that's going to get paid around the same amount of money for an older asset that you're going to have to pay 50. Let me tell you again what you're going to have to pay him in the year that you're going to have to pay him. You're going to have to pay him in 2028, $62 million.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just reporting what it was.
Yeah.
But you also
I've called
gonna have
Anthony Simons a million times before.
yeah. I've been saying that. All right, back to the Hawks. The Hawks are on a win streak. They had won.
No, they're not.
They were on a win streak. They had won 6 in a row after beating the Lakers, a game in which the Lakers had basically given us the game. DeAndre Hunter is flourishing off the bench, which is something we said should have happened last year. We just didn't have anybody else to start over him. But him and Ricochet are beasts. And we've won 6 out of our last 7 with Trey shooting terribly. But he's also had career high in assists 2 out of the last 3 times we played. So you it is what it is. I would rather have
This is
assisting
the trade
Trey.
that we asked for.
Yep. I would rather have assisting
Minus
Trey.
the missing shots.
And he's a leader. Like, he's playing defense. Oh, he's trying. Once he gets pinned in the post, like yesterday against Denver just wasn't a good game for him. Westbrook posted him, and then Braun ran him around the gym, and then they just switched with Joker. But there was nothing you could do. But also, we also had nothing to do against Joker anyway, because he had 48, 20, and 8 and 5 or whatever he did.
So I'm going to say a couple things here. My first thing is we've been losing or are kind of just not like a place of being the favorite or in front. So we've gotten a different Trey. He's been way more humble. He hasn't shot. Even though he's not like that floater ain't floating. The 3-point shot ain't going down. But he hasn't shot a ton of what I would consider
Trey shots.
typical Trey Young shots. Now, every now and then you're gonna get them, and to a certain degree, that is just kind of the NBA sometimes. So I'm kind of okay with that. But I kind of wish, I'm kind of conflicted. I kind of want him to stay around the same scoring level that he is. I just wish he was more efficient. Because we can win with him scoring 20, 22 points, but I would like for you to make a reasonable amount of shots. Like, he just, and I think that he'll figure it out. We're still kind of in the first lap of the season. It's early. And I do think that he has some injuries. He's played a lot of minutes. I want to give Trey some credit, a lot of credit, because he seemed to have matured. We are playing very balanced basketball. Now, one of the things that people don't really understand is look at our bench. You have DeAndre Hunter, 3rd pick in the draft. You have Onyeka Okongwu, 5th pick in the draft. You have Bogey, who's the best shooter that the Hawks have had since Kyle Korver, on the bench. There's not anybody who has that much draft capital invested in their bench. It's an elite bench.
Not anymore. Denver did a couple years ago when they won the championship.
Yeah, but not now. Oh, and Kobe Buffkin. He's another first-round draft pick. We have 3 first-round draft picks and an elite shooter. That's our bench. That'll win you some games.
Well, I mean, and that's
Reece
what he
Shea-
said. He said once we got guys back, we knew we could make a run. And I mean, Reece Shea is really the key that allows you to put all of that talent and capital on the bench because he's 6'10".
He's an adult. He plays good defense. Even though his shot hasn't fallen it hasn't fallen as much. He just doesn't get killed on a lot of things. He's still tall, fast, and strong. Well, he's tall and athletic enough to kind of just get it done. And I think that he's not as strong as people think he is, but I think that sometimes people fall asleep because he's a string bean, and then you remember he's still a killer. Now, I think that Alexander Sarr and your people, I think you probably should have. I think that he probably regrets that decision that he made. Not showing up for the Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because
that was stupid.
It was stupid, but it benefited us. But also, either one of them would have benefited us because we need, and I'll get to that. But yeah, it was dumb. And now you in Washington, and you the worst player in the league per possession efficiency wise. Because I mean, you're not gonna get the ball.
And there's no plan for that team to get better. There is a plan for those players to go to better teams before the team gets better, and they're not trading you.
And you would have been the pick and roll phenom here.
Oh my God!
And we would have kept Okongwu. But in the last month, the Hawks have beaten. We talked about the Hawks. We lost to. We were the only team that the Wizards had beat the whole year at one point before yesterday when they won. But we've beaten the Celtics, the Bucks, the Cavs twice, and the Lakers in OT, all in the same 2 weeks. Showing our potential when we're fully healthy. I will say the only reason, I'm not going to say the only reason we lost is because of Joker, because we were also hurt. We didn't play Bogey. We didn't play a lot of our depth. We missed 3 players. But
and that's the one thing that's going to be the requirement for the Hawks to be successful is everybody needs to be healthy. That's the thing. It's exciting though because nobody you can't.
That's a crazy stat line.
You just disproved my point. I was literally saying that, hey man, we're a balanced team on most nights. Everybody just does their part. Everybody scores a little 15 to 20 points, and we win. Now, this is an overtime game where Trey had 31 points and 20 assists.
On 24 shots. He was
now,
9
that
at 24.
is the thing. And before overtime, he was shooting terribly. But 20 assists.
He was cooking the
And
Lakers.
And this is the part that really it frustrates me, but I can only be so frustrated because it's something that we all kind of deal with, is maturity. This is the first year that Trey has played mature basketball. I think that we've lost some really good players because Trey wasn't mature enough to handle them. I don't think that this is the best iteration of the Hawks roster. I think that Trey is playing more responsibly. I think that he's doing a better job allowing his teammates to flourish in their role. And he's not trying to get into old Trey habits of, I got to show up the star on the other team. Because that was a thing that he would fall in the field clutch of regularly of, I want to beat Kevin Durant myself. If we win, great. If we lose, great. But Kevin Durant's going to get my respect.
He definitely inhibited the growth of the rest of the team. I think DeAndre Hunter is because he was an adult. He was 22 when he came in the league, 21. He was able to handle it better. Yeah, he was able to handle it better versus Cam, who I still think if he went anywhere else, and I won't blame that all on Trey, but if he went anywhere else, I think he would have developed better because he was developing. But then you get up under Lloyd Pierce, who was a first-time coach, and then you get Nate, who for everything great that he did, he just was like, there's no more time for learning and developing, which is a wild thing to say when 90% of your roster is under the age of 24. So it's difficult to say that.
But you're an old man and playing old basketball. That's the reason it's tricky, because the baseline of the team was better with Nate. We are just now getting back to 500 since Nate left. But Nate didn't play Jalen Johnson.
He didn't play Jalen Johnson. Well, we'll get there. But he didn't play Cam as much. And I think because he played TLC, Timothy Luke Cabrera, and then he played the dude that broke his leg. What's his name that broke his leg at the club? He played him.
No. The police broke his leg.
I didn't say he broke his. I said he played the man that broke his leg. The police broke his leg at the club. Either way, the leg was broke at the club.
I didn't break my. Don't tell people I broke my leg at the club when the police assaulted me.
Arbitrary. What I'm saying is you chose to play them over Cam, and Cam would have developed more.
If you look at Cabarro and you look at Rizachet, I hate to make like the French thing, but that's what you kind of wanted from TLC that you're getting out of Rizachet. Play adult defense, shoot some threes, and when you can, you're still relatively rangy, attack the basket.
But also, you have more of a free-flowing coach. So Quinn Snyder is not Dan Quinn. Quinn Snyder is just, he's like, at the end of the day, we can mask a lot of our things if we just run. Because I put the ball in Trey's hands, and if you run, and also the makeup of the team, Rizachet is not a 4, and also your man's, is this him right here? Nope.
No.
You got defense, but that's not who I'm talking about either. I was really talking about this guy right here. I'll get to it. Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson, as much as we like John Collins, and as much as John Collins probably still fits with this team as the small ball 5, Jalen Johnson is the perfect. Him and Rizachet are the perfect. Oh, same thing. Him and Rizachet are. It's the same. Him and Rizachet are the perfect compliments for Trey.
Now, I also think that Trey. I don't know who told Trey this, but Jalen Johnson, Rizachet, and Dyson Daniels, they got the same haircut. They got the same almost everything. That is something that works there. Now, Trey, I swear to you, you can either get with it or we can spend this $50 million on other players. It's that simple. I would like for you to be here because I think you're the greatest. I think you're the best facilitator in the NBA. But I can find another point guard, and I can pay him half of what I'm paying you
I can get
to
2.
throw the ball. Exactly. It's that simple. Like, I hate to be that, but Dyson looks like he might be in the conversation for defense, or he won Defensive Player of the Month. High chance he'll be in the conversation. For
He
Defensive Player
leads
of
the
Year.
league in steals per game by 3. He's averaging like 4 steals a game, and the next person is at
And
1.
deflections. And if you watch him play, he don't take no plays off. And this look is what he looks like. He don't have a lot to say, but he's a killer.
If he ever gets
that
that shot
motor-
down, ooh.
Oh, if he could just give you 15 points a night,
He frustrated LeBron. Russell Westbrook, he didn't even say a word if Westbrook was ready to fight. Now, Westbrook is always ready to fight, but Westbrook was big mad. And I was like, why is he so angry? Because he just kept deflecting the ball. He's 5th amongst block. He has 19 blocks as a guard.
he's a pest. And it's
I don't even know if that's a pest, because a pest is little. Jose Alvarado is a pest. He's 6'5".
whoever said, "Hey, we should go get give me Dyson."
Landry
That
Fields.
person, that one. Now, I do sometimes think about, boy, if I could have DeJounte in this, because DeJounte he just got a different fire about him. But I'm okay with what I got, especially if Dice can get you like 15 points, a decent 3-pointer. And when Trey was out, he ran the 1.
Him and Kobe.
I'm going to tell you, now, this is the thing that does piss me off. I like Vit Krejci a lot. I love Vit Krejci. I'll say that. But you must develop the draft capital that you spend. We haven't played Kobe Buffkin in 2 games. Well, he played the last game, but it was 4 minutes. It was just garbage minutes. Stop doing that shit.
Kobe Algier.
And Kobe, he's not Trey. He's not like, I have to have the ball. Typically, Jalen Johnson is the facilitator on that second unit. But he's strong. He has good hands. He plays good defense. And he can facilitate well enough. And he attacks the basket. Stop not playing him to play Vit Krejci. As much as I like Vit, you got to be real with Vit. We already got him for the next 18 years for no money. He on a 4-year minimum deal. It's one of the worst deals you can sign. He signed death row deal. But he got a deal for 4 years.
Yeah, he got stability. And where he from, I mean, probably sending that money home. That's what Africans do.
Develop Kobe Buffkin. You drafted him. You have, that's the one thing the Falcons have never done, is had a legitimate backup point guard. And I don't know if it's because they don't want Trey to be concerned. Kobe's not going to take your job. But in the 15 minutes that you may need off for whatever you need for the game, let's get him to a point where he can be competent, he can be strong, and he can do whatever he needs to do. And honestly, you really need to develop him to a point, because as much as I love Bogey, Bogey's knee is funny. If Bogey can't go, then we need to get more minutes out of Kobe in those times. But that requires you to develop him and have him play. That'll give Trey to get a chance to get off the ball a little bit. And when Kobe, I've seen Trey digress to Jalen. Now, I do think that there is a hierarchy around there. He might not. I'm trying to give Trey some more credit, because he's been more of an adult this year. But maybe he just only, I think a lot of it is Trey doesn't respect everybody. I think that he firmly understands that Jalen Johnson is, and they kind of made it clear, Jalen Johnson is the future of this team. You can be a part of this team or you cannot be a part of this team. But this dude who giving us 20, 10, and 5, he's gonna be here.
And you know who was like, you know what? I see where y'all going with the vision. I'm gonna play my role, at least until this year. DeAndre Hunter. He has 19. He's averaging 20 points off the bench. I round up. Once we get to the 5, I round up. 20 points off the bench, and he's getting 20 points off the bench efficiently. And his 3-point shot. And I said this 2 years ago. I was like, dog, DeAndre Hunter, and we talked about it all the time. As a starter, you got to get everybody else involved. You got to get the whole team going. You got to get the lineup going as a starter. That's not his forte. His forte is not passing. I think he averaged 2 assists for 3 years. His forte is shooting. And he would get frustrated because you got to get the ball to Trey. Last year, you got to give it to DeJounte. Jalen Johnson was on his way. You still had other players. Bogey don't give the ball to nobody. So there was and Trey wasn't facilitating. So now he's off the bench. Him and Bogey just tag team. Here, throw the ball to you, shoot a 3. Throw the ball to you, dribble, shoot.
And that's when Jalen Johnson is the facilitator.
If he's on the court. That's why you like Bufkin, though.
But what typically that's what they do is Trey comes out, and then you have Jalen with Bogey, Hunter, V, or
Dyson.
Bufkin, and and then in a Kongwu. So Jalen is the ball handler, facilitator, and you can play more of a 5-out style basketball. Now, I do think that the guy who probably has to go is a Kongwu. He don't fit.
Before you do that, shout out to DeAndre Hunter for being Sixth Man of the Year candidate.
Oh yeah, and
kind of walked away
I
from
think
that
the
one.
best thing, I think that the best thing for you to do is to acknowledge and accept that role. Because I mean, I was kind of facetious, but we got a bunch of first-round draft picks on the bench. That's a luxury that nobody else has. Look at the rest of these guys here. Rest of these guys is either old or questionable. Peyton Pritchard, you can score. That's literally the only thing you can do. You Garrison Matthews on steroids.
Literally just said the same thing about DeAndre Hunter 30 seconds ago.
Now, Hunter is a decent defender.
Peyton Pritchard is a pest.
Aggressive. I've seen Hunter give Luka hell.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton ain't doing that. Clarkson ain't doing that. Malik ain't doing that. And the Maliks. Hunter is a solid defender. He's not Dyson. He's not an advantageous defender. He just don't get beat. Bogey's a scorer. Like, that's the reason we need to develop. We either need to develop Bufkin, or we need to get Dennis Schroeder from the Nets.
Clint has had 17. Dennis Schroeder, Schroeder ain't coming back to LA. He wasn't playing second fiddle behind Jeff T. You think he gonna stay here with Trey?
Yes.
No. But he's not leaving the Nets. But Clint Capella has 17, 17, 14, 13.
Leaving the Nets. Why would the Nets keep him?
I mean, they're already talking about trading Cam. You're not gonna trade both.
Why not?
They're gonna trade. Who do you keep? So you trade everybody. Well, I mean, it is what it is. But
they're terrible. Yeah. I want all picks back.
Speaking of trades, do you trade Clint or Okongwu? Clint, his last 5 games, has had 50 boards. 60 boards. 60 plus boards in his last 5 games.
Okongwu.
What do you trade Okongwu for? Because Okongwu had like 15 and 12 against Joker last night.
Okongwu's not big enough to be a starter. And you got to find a succession plan for Clint. But you can't bench Clint because show the rebound stats. Clint is a guy who never get the credit that he deserves He's one of the best rebounders of his time.
Yeah, he is. He gets cheap ones, but yeah, I agree. He overall, he's always in position, and he hustles, and he runs. Like he gets up and down the floor. It's just Clint. The reason I say I like Clint, he coming off the bench. Either one.
You're
First of
gonna
all,
eventually have
either
to move
one
him
you're
to
gonna
the
have to
bench.
trade. You have to trade Okongwu for a starter, or you're gonna have to bench Clint or trade Clint for a starter and bench Okongwu. But neither one of them can start. Which is why I keep saying DeAndre Ayton, but I don't know Ayton's contract. I thought it was almost, but Ayton on this team at least stretches the floor.
You gotta find another guy.
You pair him with Clint. That's why I would trade him. I would trade Okongwu for Ayton. I don't know how that works, but I would do it.
You can't. Ayton is like 40 million. Kung's like 20 million. You know what my answer is, but I don't think he'd come back. He's the right answer, and the salary about the same. And he's a guy who can play the 5 or the 4.
Yeah. John Collins. I know you're talking about.
It's right. I mean, it's just the right answer because Clint, he ain't gonna have it all the time, especially against like the smaller stretch 5s. Collins is a better matchup, and Okung was just too. I just don't know that he's that short, but he don't do enough on the boards for me consistently. And that's the reason that he can't overtake Clint. He's better offensively. He can stretch the floor. At least he'll shoot the 3. But he just can't move Clint out of the way. And we've gone through this too many times. Now, Clint eventually probably does need to go to the bench.
Which he would be okay with.
Yeah.
But you gotta get either you get a defensive 5 or you get a stretch 5.
Now, Clint is expiring.
Oh, then they're gonna trade him. That's your trade bait. Because you got Okongwu locked in, and he's younger. Clint is an expiring contract.
But what do you... Yeah, you're right. He's an expiring, but you could probably re-sign him for... He's getting paid 22. I give him 5 years, $100 million, $20 million a year. I give him the Okongwu contract to be on the bench.
And just keep Okongwu. They both averaging. I'm pretty sure they're averaging just about. I think Clint may average a little bit more boards. Okongwu averages more points because Okongwu's touch around the rim is so much better. Clint Capella, every time I think he gets better, he is the epitome of law averages. He gonna hit 5 in a row, then he gonna miss 5 in a row, and it be in his
17 board.
But 5 of them be from him missing.
I still take 12. Okongwu never gonna get. He ain't gonna get that.
Okongwu's not gonna get you to. Also, Micah Parsons Jr. left the field before the game was over after the Cowboys blew the game after having a.
He out of there. He probably out of there. Falcons make that move.
Yeah. So I mean, we kind of beat this dead horse. Shout out to the Hawks.
So do tell me how you feel about the Hawks. That's the more overarching thing.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't.
Neither one of us really did. So that's the reason I was like, yeah, just.
I like the Hawks. I think we got to make a move. What that move is, I don't know. Well, I know what it is. It's the 5.
It's got to be a big.
It's got to be a 5. I think we either underutilizing Larry Nance Jr. because he hit like 7 threes in the game and just we didn't play him anymore. I didn't understand it. So either we're underutilizing him or he's been hurt. Or
he's not hurt. He's just our insurance policy. They've made it very clear, not trading him. Well,
then you don't necessarily need a big. If he's the insurance policy, then I would play him because he's 6'10", right? 6'9", 6'10". He's taller than Okongwu.
He's a center. He's the NBA center.
Him and Okongwu actually wouldn't be bad on the floor together because he can hit the corner 3. And Okongwu works better in the paint by himself, and Larry Nance they're both really good
6'8".
pick and rolls.
But he's an NBA center, and he can shoot the three. He can still
jump out
attack the
gym.
basket.
Yep.
You just don't have. I mean, Okongwu's not the best rim protector.
He just
That's the
can't be.
reason
He tries to be. Also, they give a lot of cheap fouls to Okongwu because he's short. A lot of times he be blocking the shot, and they be like, nope. I'm like, no. And Okongwu, the thing I like about Okongwu is he's not scared. He go out. It don't matter who it is. He gonna try to dunk on you. He gonna get the rebound.
He was the original Giannis stopper. Remember now, when everybody was like, "Oh," I was like, "No, we good." Now we had a little bit different slate of teams then.
Yeah, Anthony Davis put us in the rim.
I mean, they still lost the game.
They lost. We didn't win. They lost.
They just don't. And Max Christie, the Hawks fans ain't shit.
Said we was gonna trade him.
Chanting,
LeBron will trade you.
Yeah, they will trade you because LeBron will trade you.
But I like where we are. I think healthy because there's not a separation of teams in the East yet. I think we can hang with them. I think we still have bad matchups if we don't make a trade. I think we could. I don't think the Cleveland game was a fluke. I think we could beat Cleveland. I think we have a chance to beat them in a series. I think we have a chance against the Bucks. I think we have a chance against the Heat. I think we have a chance against the Knicks. I don't know if we have a chance against the Celtics. But if you make the trade to get a big, then I think we're scary. I think we're a scary team regardless, especially if this is the trade that we're gonna get.
The Sixers have done us the biggest solid
By being boo-boo.
Yes, the Bucks have done us the biggest solid by being mid. Miami not. Yep, the Miami Heat not really making a decision on what to do with Jimmy Butler. They're doing us a solid. I think that we're above 500. Halliburton and the regression or not figuring it out, all of those things have done us a massive, massive solid. But we have to figure out how to elevate this team before somebody wakes the fuck up. Because somebody gonna wake up and like, hey, we not finna lose. The Bucks at 12 and 11, and the Hawks at 13 and 12.
The Bucks are just now getting healthy.
But we need to figure out how to get our team to be equal to or greater than before they ramp back up.
Yeah, we'll find out. I like where we sit. I like what I'm seeing. But to me, we're still the number.
Sucks though.
We're a number 5 team right now. I think we could possibly drop to the play-in because I think Orlando got a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately for them, I think Franz now has the exact same injury that Paolo has with torn oblique. Both of them are 6'10". Both of them can handle the ball. Both of them can shoot, and both of them were averaging 20-plus points.
But they even after Franz and
I think Orlando's going to be a top 3 seed, which then puts us down to 5 or 6. And if Philly ever gets it together, because I think Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and even Paul George, who I think is old, if they can ever just stay healthy, I think they'll go on like one of them 20-5 runs in the second part of the season.
It don't matter. Get me to the playoffs with that team.
Exactly, but I think they'll push us to the play-in. So I think right now we're not a play-in team. I think we're better than a play-in team just because everybody's bad. But Middleton gets healthy for the Bucks. If the 76ers get healthy, Magic will get healthy. Then you still have the Boston Celtics and the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, and the Knicks. I ain't even said nothing about the Knicks, who Karl Anthony Towns is having a renaissance. He is like, nah, y'all thought it was Ant. It was me and Ant. And he's playing out of his mind.
Nah, we always respected Karl Anthony Towns. You just saw.
Well, he When he looked at that ref and said, "Oh, you ain't gonna call nothing fadeaway three, get the ball, come down and dunk on that," I was like, he did all of that in like 4
But
plays.
you also giving 90% of the shots at that. Like,
Well, Tibbs is playing you 7,000 minutes a month.
Tibbs, boy.
The Nick and OG, and let me tell you, out of those 3 players on here, Tibbs is playing the most minutes of the last 5 weeks. Was Mikal Bridges at 1, Josh Hart at 2, De'Aaron Fox at 3, OG Anunoby at 4. Let me tell you who cannot take that workload is OG Anunoby. He broke down last year at the end of the year. Correct. And y'all just paid him $50 million a year, whatever they paid him.
That's what I'm waiting on right now. Is it's gonna happen? Tibbs, they beat the Hornets by like 30. They played all them players 38 something minutes. Like, bro, you up by 30. Get them out of the game. Tibbs is crazy, and it's going to come back to bite him. And then everybody's going to be like, "Oh, well, if he didn't play them all the minutes, they wouldn't have won in the first place. So I guess it's fair." I'm waiting on the Knicks to fall apart, and they've been mostly underwhelming to me.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they took a step back with that trade, but I do think
Me too.
But also, I mean, they can still make another trade. The trade deadline, we don't know what's about to happen. The trade deadline is not far. You just said Brooklyn is about to trade everybody. You could add somebody to this team.
I wanted to complain, but Bridges got 17 points, 3.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists, 47 from the field. I mean, that's all you can ask for when Karl-Anthony Towns giving you 25.
And how many rebounds? 13?
Jalen and Karl-Anthony Towns both giving you 25 a night.
50.
OG
50. As soon as we walk on the court, we at 50.
Jesus.
They balanced.
Jalen and Karl-Anthony Towns, that's 25 and 25. OG and Mikal, 16 and 17. And Josh Hart just running around, 14 points and 8.5 fucking rebounds.
Josh Hart should be coming off the bench.
I don't know why Josh Hart's so good.
He should be off the bench,
though. Why Josh Hart at 14, 8, and 6?
Mm-hmm.
Really 14, 9, and 6.
Hunter and Bogey averaging 20 and 15. That's the play that they need to trade for. They need to put, because Josh Hart off the bench last year is why he's crazy. If you could put him on the bench,
Josh Hart is your second leading rebounder.
Then trade for a 4. Karl-Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby.
So good.
Yeah.
You can't trade Josh Hart though.
No, I didn't say trade Josh Hart. I said trade for. So you would have to trade for somebody. I don't know what you trade because you don't really have a bench now. If you could get Josh Hart back on the bench and get a 4 back, you don't even need a great 4. You just need a serviceable 4. You just need a stretch 4.
That bench, see, this is the reason they're going to fall apart. The bench sucks. Cameron Payne, Miles McBride. Then they got Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart and Precious Achiuwa. Eventually, you'll get Mitchell Robinson back, but you still don't have. Then what do you do with that? That it's going to fall apart. But shout out to Chris Paul. He is now the second. He's in second place in assists all time. Only behind John Stockton, who I assume that he won't pass because he needs like 3,000 assists. They also say that Chris Paul is about to pass Jason Kidd when it comes to rebounds too. You look at Chris Paul's numbers and look at his hand. Why is his hand so big for him to be this little? It's kind of unfortunate that he'll probably never get a championship. But I do think that he's thoroughly enjoying playing with Wemby.
I think Wemby about to boost them stats. Wemby about to boost them stats, boy. He just did a behind the back pass to Wemby on a one-legged 3 coming down the court. I was like, well, whatever. And go ahead and get John Collins. Fuck it. You'll triple you'll do it. I do it.
That honestly is the right answer.
I do it tomorrow.
Get Sochan out of that 4 spot. Wemby, Collins, Harrison Barnes. That's a hell. Like, it's a very mature front court with no with no ego.
I would
And
try to
everybody-
to trade Harrison Barnes, but he's also a better shooter. But you
You're
put
not trading
Sochan at
Harrison
the
Barnes.
3 with John
They're not
Collins and
trading Harrison
Wemby
Barnes.
with Chris Paul and Devin Vassell with Keldon Johnson. Well, you'd have to have Keldon Johnson in probably the trade. But shout out, not to bury the league, Chris Paul, man, somebody to me that was done wrong. He should definitely have 2 to 3 rings. Adam Silver, may he rest in niceness, comfortability in his grave.
What you mean?
He,
Adam Silver is alive. Do
not Adam
kill him.
Silver,
You talking about
David Stern.
Yo, do not kill Adam Silver. Who's
My
alive.
bad. Not Adam Silver's alive. David Stern vetoed the trade that would have sent Chris Paul to the Lakers with Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard, which I think that was almost. So I think that's it. But he persevered. He's had a controversial career. Not really. It ain't been controversial. He just didn't like.
Yes, it has.
He just
He can
didn't.
spit on people, fight people. Like, now we're gonna keep it real.
I mean, I think he
Paul
got.
is a hand.
He also was desperate. He didn't do all those things at the beginning of his career. But once you get closer to 32, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, you trying to win a ring and you going up against, you that close, you get to game 7 of the Western Conference Finals and you're up by 15 and then everybody just starts missing.
I like Chris Paul. We share the same name, but now he's also a dirty player now. He's just dirty.
Gotta do what you gotta do when you 5'11", big dog. You playing against Cade Cunningham, who's 6'8". He's the only person that's smaller than you or your size at point guard is Trae Young. Only one.
I mean,
Even Jalen Brunson's bigger than you.
yeah, but you also the point guard too.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson ain't gonna end up a Hall of Famer. I mean, Trey might. Trey stats probably gonna get him there.
Jalen
he
Brunson
won't
wins a
be
ring
better.
for the Knicks. He'll probably go to the Hall of Fame. Every person
It
that's
don't
won a ring
matter
for
if
the
you-
Knicks won a ring.
I mean, I think that I don't know about that, but if you win a ring for the Knicks,
Phil Jackson.
if you win a ring for the Knicks, I
Walt
think that
Clyde Frazier.
I ain't gonna say. I'm not gonna say it's the same, but you'll get so much love that you'll be okay. Hey, I wonder if a few people want. All them people play. Melo played for the Knicks.
Hall of Fame.
All these other people play for the Knicks. Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
But what I'm saying is, I think that some people might be okay with just winning, like being the person who won them a ring. I took the Knicks to the championship, won them a ring. If you don't put me in the Hall of Fame, that's fine. I'm beloved in the home of basketball.
I'm saying Hall of a championship in New York with the state of New York basketball is synonymous with Hall of Fame. You
I don't
win a
think the stats are
championship,
gonna
you
be
will
good
go
in
to the Hall of Fame. You win a championship, you'll go to the Hall of Fame.
I mean, I guess. I mean, them first, the Mavericks years was rough, but 24, 28, 25, he might get there. But yeah, shout out to Chris Paul at the end of the day. Draymond killed Rudy. I think he killed him on purpose.
Yeah, that was ISO. That was definitely on purpose. And he called that play. That play ain't in the playbook. There's no Draymond ISO in none of Steve Kerr's plays. Not none. And he called ISO for Draymond and was like, all right, well, if that's what you want to do. And they did
Y'all gotta. People might not like Draymond, but Draymond ain't scary, and he's a highly intelligent, high IQ basketball player who's going to be a Hall of Famer. And then finally, we just gonna, me and Reggie have kind of alluded to it the whole night. Aiden is a good basketball player, but Chauncey Billups has recently benched him, and he just said he didn't like his spirit. And in this game against the Jazz, 6 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, 2 turnovers, 1 steal, 3 of 7 from the field, 0 of 2 from free throws, a minus 29 in 17 minutes, and you lost to the Jazz 141-99. Now, I will say that the Jazz are probably not the best team
They ain't 42
For
points
him?
better than you.
No. They don't have nearly enough offense to put 42 on you. But Walker Kessler does make it immensely more difficult for Aiden. And the Jazz have to figure out what they're going to do with their roster because
Danny Ainge ain't trying to win. Danny Ainge is trying to fuck shit up for everybody else. He ain't trying to win.
he's
Fleece.
You're right.
He trying to get Cooper Flag. He trying to build. You know what he trying to build over there. The same reason that the Braves moved to Cobb County. He's trying to build something for their desired demographic.
Yeah, but the thing about that is you don't want to ruin Keontae George in the process because you got to have a point guard. And
everything I've seen from Danny Ainge is he ain't really he trying to fleece. That's all he's been doing since Boston is fleece. Y'all don't gonna give me a job. Y'all gonna trap bad talk me and all that. All right, bet. You want a player? I got John Collins for the Hawks. Y'all want to give him back? I need double what I gave y'all.
But see, that's the thing. John Collins is playing better than Lauri Markkanen.
They're not gonna trade Lauri.
I know. And they drafted Filipowski, who's a power forward.
Wonder why he ain't played. Told y'all. Now that was an unathletic dude.
Nah, Filipowski is not bad. It's just nowhere for him to play.
Well, then if they drafted him, then they plan on trading John Collins. So John Collins is probably gonna be on the move.
Yeah, but he's
San Antonio,
the best player on your team.
So
John Collins is supposed to be on the bench. He just played so good. It's like, well, I guess we have to start him. But him and Walker Kessler don't really match.
The same thing. Same thing he was in Atlanta with.
But I think that it probably makes more sense. Like the basketball you want to play now, to put John at the 5, especially if you get Cooper Flag. John Collins at the 5, Cooper Flag at the 4, Lauri Markkanen at the 3. They gonna shoot. And Lauri and Cooper can dribble. John can't dribble, but then you can big man P&R. Keontae and Colin Sexton can stand out there. And you could get John for about what you're paying him now. You could extend him for another 4 years, $100 million. That's a steal.
Yep. But, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the episode of 170 of the Splash Cast Monday Night Raw. Somehow we still made it to 5 hours. With that being said, Nord, if we ain't miss anything, take us out.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, number one, happy holidays. The Splashcast loves you if nobody else does. Thank you guys for rocking with us today, beginning, middle, and end. Always remember, please like, follow, and subscribe. Also, remember, we put out a playlist out every week, religiously, every week. And it is the best music. And it's really the only place you can find good music because it's difficult to find these days. Number one, more black baseball. Number 2, more black cowboys and cowgirls. Number 3, the historically black college and university your cousin went to, your auntie went to, your uncle went to, you went to. Send some money over there. Support that school. The historically black college and university in your neighborhood. The ones you go to for homecoming, step shows, football games. Hey, also remember, y'all celebrate the Celebration Bowl. Please go to that.
Go
send some money there.
Put it on the TV. Put it on your phone. You can, if you don't even want to watch it, put it on mute. But do it. Make sure y'all watch.
And of course, the greatest learning institution in all the world, one of the best HBCU football teams in the nation, the Hampton University. We only ask for $18.68 on behalf of the year the university was founded. Please send that on behalf of the Splashcast. We truly, truly, truly appreciate that. Once again, you guys could have been anywhere. You came and kicked it with your favorite HBCU homeboys. Had a couple beverages, some spirited conversations about a myriad of different topics. But we appreciate you. We thank you. And we look forward to doing this again for you next Monday. Y'all be safe. Adios, mi amigos. God is love. Until we meet again, y'all be safe. We out of here.
Peace. We out of here. Love y'all.